Thanks for being here. I'll now call the reconvening public hearing of Thursday, May 7th to order. This meeting is being held in person and by electronic means. Council members and the public may participate by either method. And council members joining electronically are reminded to enable their video to confirm quorum. This meeting is being live streamed on the city's website and YouTube, and meeting progress will be updated regularly on X at Vancouver City Clerk. In case of an emergency requiring evacuation, there are 2 exits located beyond the glass doors and to the left. If the glass doors are blocked, please use one of the 4 additional exits in the chamber. Do not use the elevator and use the stairs instead. If you need mobility assistance, remain where you are and security staff will guide you to a safe location. A defibrillator is available at the end of the hallway outside the chamber. I'd like to acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for these lands and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I would also like to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. So Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Sim. And noting Mayor Sim has a leave of absence for civic business from 5 p.m. onwards, Councillor Kirby-Young. And noting Councillor Kirby-Young has a leave of absence for civic business from 6 p.m. onwards. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly. Councillor Bly has a leave of absence for civic business from 6 p.m. onward. Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Klassen. Acting Mayor Meisner is in the chair. Councillor Joe.
Present.
Councillor Orr. And Councillor Maloney. You have quorum, Acting Mayor Meisner.
Thanks so much. So before we begin, a few announcements. The public may speak in person or by phone, or they may submit written comments to Mayor and Council. Speakers may only speak once and will have up to 5 minutes to comment on the merits of the application. Speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition of the application, and if they are a Vancouver resident. Those representing 4 or more individuals or groups, including themselves, may have up to 8 minutes to speak. Each person represented must confirm their name and presence in person or by phone and may not speak separately. Please follow the live stream at Vancouver City Clerk on X to track meeting progress and know when your turn to speak is approaching. And please note the live stream has a slight delay. Written comments can also be submitted through the Mayor and Council public hearing feedback form on the city's website and also linked on X. And if you pre-registered with a presentation, please say next to have the clerk advance your slides. As a reminder, at public hearings, Council acts as a quasi-judicial body and must focus solely on the merits of the rezoning or heritage application. Members may ask clarifying questions of staff or speakers, including the applicant, but they should reserve debate until after the speakers list has closed. After hearing from speakers, Council may approve the application in principle, approve the application in principle with amendments, refuse the application, or refer the application to staff for further consideration. At the public hearing on May 5th, 2026, Council varied the agenda and completed item 2. So today we will now consider item 1. Item 1 is CD1 rezoning 888-896 Cambie Street and 111191 Smythe Street. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Okay, so the clerk will now read the application and a summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by Noni Property Group to rezone 888-896 Cambie Street and 111-191 Smythe Street from DD Downtown District to CD-1 Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of a 29-story mixed-use building containing 165 rental units, 246 hotel rooms, commercial space on the ground floor, and the retention of a Vancouver Heritage Register listed building, Stanley Brock Building. A floor space ratio FSR of 19.5 and a height of 85.4 meters, 280 feet are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability recommends approval, subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing. 76 pieces of correspondence in support, 26 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 2 pieces of correspondence regarding other aspects related to the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 2 p.m. today. Correspondence is presented as submitted and may include multiple or duplicate entries.
Thank you. So this is the first call for speakers. If you wish to speak to council about this item, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445#. Before the close of the speakers list, the phone number will be posted on X and displayed during the recess. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be heard at the end of the registered speakers list. So now we have staff from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application. Good afternoon.
You can just let me know when the presentation's visible. Great. Good afternoon, Chair, Mayor, Council, and members of the public. My name is Lauren Whitney, rezoning planner for this application being considered under the downtown rezoning policy. The site, in red, is comprised of 5 parcels at the northeast corner of Cambie and Smythe Streets. The surrounding neighborhood it consists of residential, office, institutional, and commercial buildings, with BC Place and Rogers Arena 2 blocks to the east. The buildings on this block are all listed on the Vancouver Heritage Register, and the sites under development include heritage facade or building retention. The 2 existing buildings on this site were constructed in 1928 and 1944 and are both listed on the register. They are occupied by office and retail service uses. Under the Vancouver ODP, this site is identified as Business District Generalized Land Use for high-rise buildings above 26 stories with a variety of building forms. Land use in this area is focused on job space, including office, hotel, and tourism. Residential is permitted in certain limited circumstances. The proposal is in the central business district area of the downtown rezoning policy. In this area, residential proposals must be accompanied by a minimum of 2 FSR density of non-residential floor area. Allowable heights and densities are determined by form of development, including alignment with council-approved public view corridors. The review of this application also considered the hotel development policy to facilitate the delivery of 10,000 new hotel rooms by 2050, as well as heritage policies which recognize and preserve heritage value of listed properties where possible. The application proposes a 29-story mixed-use building with a density of 19.5 FSR. The proposal includes 246 hotel rooms, 165 market rental units, commercial space on the ground floor, as well as heritage facade retention and designation of 888 Cambie Street. Loading and 7 levels of underground parking are accessed from the lane. The site is currently occupied by 2 Heritage Register listed properties. The heritage facade of 888 Cambie Street, known as the Stanley Brock Building, pictured on the left, is proposed to be retained and protected by designation, as can be seen in the rendering on the right. The Vancouver Heritage Commission encouraged the retention, conservation, and designation of the Stanley Brock Building's Cambie Street facade and the salvaging of building materials from the Horry Building at 896 Cambie Street for integration within the new building. 40 submissions were received during the public consultation period. Support was expressed for the addition of new rental housing and hotel rooms to the downtown area, active commercial space which would contribute to the streetscape, and the proposed height and density in proximity to transit and stadiums. Concerns were related to construction and the cumulative impacts of development over time. Staff note that noise, construction, and traffic impacts are managed and regulated by engineering management plans. There were concerns regarding the proposed height and density impacting views, daylight, and privacy. This application is in line with policy for height and density and meets building separation requirements to enable access to daylight and privacy. Lastly, some respondents communicated that the facade retention alone was not adequate to preserve the site's heritage value. Through project review, staff concluded that the retention of 896 Cambie was not viable and that the complete building retention of 888 Cambie was not feasible due to incompatibility of the existing building with the requirements for floor-to-floor heights for hotels. The public benefits from this application include a cash CAC, DCLs, and public art contribution just over $10.8 million. In addition, the proposal will contribute 165 rental housing units to the Vancouver housing stock and provide retention of and designation of the Stanley Brock Building Cambie Street facade. In summary, staff have concluded that the proposal is consistent with the downtown rezoning policy and support the application subject to conditions in Appendix B of the report. Lastly, I'd like to remind Council that there is a yellow memo attached to this report and that staff and applicant teams are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Would the applicant like to present the application?
Mayor, Chair, and Council, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Gino Noni, and I'm CEO and owner of Noni Property Group. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf and in support of Noni Property Group and our project at 888 Cambie. This project represents a culmination of nearly 3 decades of hard work and perseverance, having owned the site since 1997. It is our intention and vision to create a high-quality project that Noni Property Group will design, retain, and manage for the long term within our company. When you plan to own when you build, the quality of the architecture, the durability of the materials, and the successful business applications need to stand the test of time. These are not abstractions, but real considerations that we must live with, and ones that my company and the city will be proud of. We're a Vancouver-based family company with no external investors. Decision-making is efficient and direct. Throughout my career, I've always endeavored to use local consultants, architects, and constructors, and it remains my objective to continue to work collaboratively and ultimately enhance employment and excellence with local expertise. 888 Cambie ticks a lot of these boxes, from land acquisition through hotel operations, as well as property and facilities management for residential rental. We have and will employ a lot of skilled people. 888 Cambie is strategically located in proximity to Rogers Arena, DC Place, and the vibrancy of Yaletown. Brings forward 180 secured purpose-built rentals, increased at a planning stage from 165 that was originally proposed by Lauren. A 246 room hotel under Marriott's Autograph Collection, anchored by a 25-year franchise agreement with Marriott. A destination restaurant, a cafe, and a lobby lounge, as well as conference spaces and in-house dual amenity areas for both the hotel and residential rentals. This will be a spectacular addition to the city of Vancouver. This development is unique and complex, with both hotel space and residential rental units in one development. Both programs are much needed in our city and will activate and animate what is currently a transitional area that feels closed off with existing antiquated buildings and poor street presence. It is our responsibility and my desire to consider and incorporate all 3 frontages, Cambie, Smythe, and a double wide lane. How do we make this an inviting place? How do we include a lane that was so important but apart from parking has been disregarded? Our plan improves urban design with appealing street fronts and architecture, and at the same time, program uses that are brand compliant with Marriott's advice and consistent with Noni Property Group's track record. These applications will increase the probability of a successful hotel business as well as residential rental. Our goal is simple: make this corner of the city more alive, more inviting, and worth living in, walking through, and enjoying, and more fun. I must stress our contractual obligations with Marriott International. We've signed a 25-year franchise agreement which includes certain timing milestones in relation to zoning and delivery of the product. That agreement matters because it is a sustained, contractually backed commitment from one of the world's leading hospitality brands to operate in Vancouver, with 271 million members in its Bonvoy membership program. That was increased by 40 million since 2025. Spectacular. The relevance of timing of Council's approval of this application is therefore respectfully critical. The mixed-use nature of this project will contribute to the housing supply in downtown Vancouver and the inclusion of hotel accommodation, and will have a positive impact on visitor stays, which is well documented by Destination Vancouver as a real constraint on our tourism economy. We believe it's the right use at the right time at the right location. The endorsements of Destination Vancouver, the Yaletown BIA, and Paul Cahill of Marriott International, and numerous other supporters are evident that there is significant endorsement in our community who share the same beliefs. Heritage conservation has been one of the most demanding and, frankly speaking, one of the most rewarding parts of the application. 888 and 896 are part of the industrial story of this part of the city, and we took the responsibility of carrying that story forward seriously. The hotel, restaurant, and rental units carried a challenge to ensure we were able to meet the rigorous business applications of a Marriott-branded hotel and our own internal rental management applications. We worked collaboratively with heritage consultant Don Luxton Heritage Consultants and the city, and will completely deconstruct and store off-site and then reconstruct the original bricks of 888 Canby's facade and the timber posts and beams of 896 Canby for future reuse, and build a new facade at the lane of 888 Canby that pays homage to our industrial history. This is a genuine commitment, and we are pleased that our heritage approach is in full support of the city's Heritage Commission. The broader contributions of 888 Canby are substantial. Approximately 164 new permanent jobs will be created. More than 135 million in annual economic activity will be generated. A meaningful addition to the city's tax base. Purpose-built rental inventory in the downtown core, which is a critical requirement for people who want to work and live downtown. And hotel capacity that supports Vancouver's constrained and growing visitor economy. We will be positively impacting employment in finance, construction, real estate advisory, hospitality sectors, commensurate with a 300,000 square foot, 29-story mixed-use structure. I want to be candid about the current real estate environment. Construction and borrowing costs remain elevated, as we've, I'm sure, all heard. Capital is selective, and revenue across rental, hotel, and commercial sectors is under significant pressure. While many projects across the industry are being deferred or canceled, bringing forward a proposal of this quality and ambition is a clear statement of our belief in Vancouver's future. We are prepared to advance this investment even with difficult conditions. My long history with this project and my confidence in the enduring viability of Vancouver real estate drive my colleagues and myself to believe that the future holds great promise. This project represents nearly 30 years of ownership, a long-term investment philosophy, a serious commitment to heritage, 25-year partnership with Marriott International, and a project that's designed to contribute to the fabric of the city for decades to come. We respectfully ask for your consideration and support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from council to staff for the applicant? And I want to note this is the only opportunity for council to ask questions of the applicant. First on the queue is Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I will direct my first questions to the applicant since this is the only opportunity. You said that you've had the site since 1997, and I'm curious as to whether any of the policy updates and changes, such as the hotel development policy that envisions mixed tenure or other policies, have impacted how you've framed this project or bringing it forward.
Do you mean the current hotel policy in terms of the 10,000 rooms that were deficient? It indeed had a significant impact. It allowed us to design the property, enter into discussions with Marriott, look to advance our interest and the city's interest in that regard in a more expeditious manner. So it had a very positive effect indeed.
Okay, I appreciate that. The other part is just to follow up with respects to the one of the questions that we will get asked will inevitably will be about affordability. There's hotel rooms and there's residential here, but there isn't, for example, below market rental, et cetera. Can you speak to if that's possible in this project, and if not, why not?
Unfortunately, it's not. The cost of these developments and the cash flow take years before it's stabilized, and imposing an affordability requirement on the rental would render the project not feasible.
Because of both the component of the hotel rooms and the fact it's rental versus strata, for example, and
the fact that it's below market rental in terms of the revenue of the property in relation to the profitability of it.
Okay, because it takes longer to recover the investment for hotel and rental versus other tenures. Is that
below the return requirements that one would need for something of this nature? It's unique in the sense that it's both hotel and apartment, so it's an expensive building to build.
Okay, thank you. And then I'll pivot and direct this question to staff on the heritage piece. You mentioned that there's the facade retention and retention of some materials, and the applicants described how those would be used to build a new facade. What is it based on that it's not feasible to retain the heritage, just for further clarity?
Are you asking why that can't be retained in situ, like without?
Yeah, sort of more than just the facade. I'm responding to the desire, the feedback from the Heritage Commission.
Yeah, maybe, I think we have our heritage staff on the line, James Bolt, who can maybe take that question?
In the meantime, can somebody repeat how many jobs? I didn't catch the number of jobs. 130 million in economic impact, and how many jobs would the site generate ongoing?
164, that's the response from the applicant.
And is that for building, or is that ongoing jobs once it's built?
That's in the building.
Ongoing hotel staff.
So that's so I'm hearing 164 jobs, regular ongoing jobs for hotel staff, new hotel jobs. Okay. And then a question, I guess this one's also to the applicants. We don't have someone answering the other question. Is with Marriott Autograph coming on board, this is intended to operate as a regular hotel, not a long-term stay, but a regular kind of more shorter stay
It's a
hotel?
4.5-star hotel. And it's basically what's called a soft branded hotel, which allows us to positively impact interior design, but things such as.
But is it a short, just because I'm tight for time, and I appreciate that, I'm very familiar with Autograph, they're a great brand, but is it a regular sort of short-term stay, regular hotel visitors coming
Just a
in?
regular hotel.
Okay. And if we don't have an answer
I
on
can give you a
the heritage
response.
reasons, I can come back.
prefer?
Yeah, if you want to try, sure.
Yeah, so retention of the building at the corner, that's 896 Canby Street, was deemed not feasible because of viability and the scale of the project. So the staff analyzed it from that perspective, and so that's why that decision was made to not retain that building. And then facade retention was deemed to be the only possible form of retention for 888 Canby, and this is because of the floor-to-floor heights in the existing building not being compatible with the requirements for a hotel use. It would just not match up physically.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll leave it there. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I'll advance myself for a few questions. I was wondering maybe a bit more clarity on if your application is approved. You mentioned the agreement with Marriott, and sounds like there's some pretty firm timelines in terms of when you need to get going on this. Should this be approved, when are you looking to break ground? Or when do you need to break ground by?
Well, we'd like to break ground by 2028.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. And then maybe another question for the applicant. You don't want to sit down just yet. What about the laneway? You mentioned the laneway. I'm familiar with it, double wide. Goes back to the history of Yaletown. Can you talk about how the building will meet that laneway and what will be on that side of the building in terms of activating that laneway?
Maybe I should ask that our architects comment on that, if it's okay, Councillor Meiser.
Sure.
Hi, this is Gianpaolo Taglietti from McKinney Studios, designers of the building. So what we did, on both corners of Smythe Street, so both on Canby and on Lane, we introduced two privately owned public spaces. So that's a little widened space at the corners, so to facilitate traffic, pedestrian traffic. And so we have two entrances at the corners of Smythe, so that's how we activate it. And we also have a drop-off area for vehicles
Okay.
at the lane.
So there's an entrance at the corner of the laneway and Smythe as well.
Yeah, there's two pedestrian entrances at the two corners,
Okay.
and there's a drop-off area on the lane.
Okay. Thanks for that additional detail. Can you talk about what's going to be in the heritage facade component of the building? What's that going to look like? Is it retail? Is it something else?
It's going to be on the ground floor. As you enter, it's going to be a restaurant. And then I think the top story of the heritage part will be hotel rooms.
Okay. Thank you. And then another design-related question for you is, what about the materiality of the building? Like, what is the facade made out of?
Okay,
It looks sort of wood almost, but I presume it's not.
Yeah, well, the facade actually, it's a limestone-like material. Like, it will depend when we get to it, budget-wise and everything. We have listed it as limestone-like. If the budget allows, we would like at least the lower part of the podium to be limestone, so a richer material to address the street and make it feel more of a palazzo, and
Okay.
more elegant.
Thank you for that additional detail.
And
then-
the wood, sorry, your question.
No,
There is
continue.
wood on the canopies, and that's again to tie in with the Vancouver narrative. So that's why we introduced some green and some wood-like tones.
Okay. And then another question that I just thought about, and I'll just preface this, but I am very familiar with this location. I lived across the street for 10 years. I don't live there anymore, just for clarity's sake. The building that you're going to retain the facade of, I would imagine, you know, a lot of the wood and beams and that sort of thing in that building. I think there's like some quite mass timber components to it.
They're pretty thick.
What is the plan for those?
We're
components?
planning to reutilize them. Obviously, we can't reutilize them as structural elements, so it's probably going to be some either furniture pieces or cladding of columns for the lobby area, some kind
Okay.
of that uses. But we do plan on
To be
reusing.
salvaged and reused potentially within the development.
Definitely within the
Okay.
development. Yeah.
Great. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
problem.
That's it for me. Councillor Klassen.
Thanks, Chair. Councillor Kirby-Young asked questions around affordability. Just a first question for staff really quickly. I know that we've got a number of initiatives around working to address the shortage of affordable housing here. Is this neighborhood and a project like this in any way sort of representative of that kind of work, or is that work sort of going on in other initiatives?
Yeah, so the policy, the rezoning policy that this project has come in under, which is the downtown rezoning policy, there is no below market or affordability requirement. So, yeah, different.
Okay. Maybe I'll, with the time I have, to ask questions of the applicant. You are, I gather, in discussions, and obviously this is public if you said it, in discussions with Marriott?
Yes.
Yeah. And you anticipate, I think I overheard you say how many employees you might be seeing? How many employees might be working at?
Yes, approximately, yes.
Yeah.
164,
Yeah.
we understand.
What kind of consideration is given for the people that are going to be working for you in terms of supporting some of their needs in terms of being able to afford to live in the city or work in the city? I realize, is that something that the employer and this sort of factors into some of their considerations?
Well, it's a difficult question to answer. You know, we're at an operating level, we are 5 years away from opening. That's being optimistic.
Mm-hmm.
We all know that Vancouver is an expensive city to live in. And I think we have to be sensitive to that as an employer in relation to what we end up compensating our staff and how they get paid.
Mm-hmm.
Whether that's assistance with transportation or other methods.
Okay. The hotel industry, I don't know a lot about the hotel industry, and I know that we're fairly aggressively trying to build more room capacity in our city because we've lost so much over time. Do you know and obviously you're not a hotelier, you're a landowner and an applicant here today, but what is your understanding about what the margins are like for typical hotel? I'm say average. I mean, there's obviously a range of different types of quality of hotel rooms, but do you know what the kind of the business margins are? Are they fairly narrow? I mean, it's pretty competitive, I imagine, right?
Well, I think it's competitive, and I wouldn't be able to provide you with data in relation to returns. I know that it's an operating business. It's perceived that way by the capital markets banks. It's not a typical real estate with an office building with a long-term lease in terms of the financeability of it. So it has some inherent challenges there. I think the amount of time that it takes to stabilize the operations, so people are aware of it, they're wanting to stay, the brand is strong, and it's getting, and also trying to get repeat customers, I think is the goal. But it is indeed an operating business, and it's treated differently in that regard.
Okay. We will hear comments and concerns. I'm sort of reading some of the correspondence that we're seeing. There's been a small number repeating sort of the same concerns around the trade-off between hotel development and supply of affordable housing. It's probably not that it's a tough question to answer, but can we have both in this city? I realize that we have a lot of pressure on both demand for hotel and affordable housing, but it's not an either or proposition, is it?
I don't believe it is. I think council has to, as you have, work diligently to find methods and ways to allow some sense of affordability. I mean, we're challenged in Vancouver with constrained land supply, geographical impediments, and high cost. But I think the programs that you've initiated, go a long way to attempting to mitigate that.
Thanks very much. That's my time.
Thank you. Councillor Maloney.
Thanks. A lot of my questions have been asked, but I did want to ask the applicant, sorry to get you
I'm
up
just going to pull my chair up here.
Yeah. I just did want to ask because this site is on a very important downtown cycling route and close to other cycling routes. What are your plans to make sure that hotel traffic doesn't endanger or interfere with cycling traffic, and that you make it as easy, convenient and safe as possible for people to arrive and leave this building by bicycle?
Great question, and I think I may defer to John Paulo, but we will. Safety is of utmost importance to us. We will work with engineering. At the same time, we're trying to animate that lane and create a people place with the dual entrance that John Paulo mentioned, the area of access for the hotel and concierge. So, but I don't know if you have anything to add, John Paulo.
Exactly what Gino said is what I mentioned before, like the privately operated public spaces at the corner. So basically, we're just pushing the corners of the building back to allow more space. And then the drop-off area is not exactly on the corner, it's just set back a bit exactly for that concern that you mentioned.
Yeah, I know I commute by bike to all my city meetings, and I know I attend a lot of meetings at hotels, and sometimes it hasn't been contemplated in the design where I will park and how I will get in safely in amongst the vehicle traffic. So I'd very much appreciate if that's contemplated in the detailed design.
We also have a 1 meter setback as well on Smythe.
Great, thanks very much.
I should add that Cambie Street will also be a drop-off as well, so it's not just the one area.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Maloney. Okay, this is the second call for speakers. If you wish to speak to council about this item, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and displayed during the recess. We will now hear from the public. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the public speaker podium on the left when it's your turn. The podium height can be adjusted using the controls on the right-hand side of the podium. And phone-in speakers will be unmuted when it's your time to speak. And just a reminder, so I'm not awkwardly cutting people off. I know time can go by pretty fast, but speakers have up to 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the application being considered. So our first registered speaker is speaker number 1, Michelle Travis. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm a representative of Unite Here Local 40 and a resident of Vancouver. We urge you to vote no on this proposal. It raises the question, who is this project really for? If approved, many hospitality workers will not be able to afford to live in this building. Some of you would argue that the hotel portion brings more jobs. We ask you, where do you think these future workers will live? Coquitlam, Langley, Surrey? Because chances are they won't be living in this proposed building. They're being squeezed by our affordability crisis, and too many of them cannot afford the cost of living in Vancouver. We hear that that affordability is not the intent of this project. There is no goal for providing affordable or below market rents in this project because there's no requirement for them to do so. That's for some other location, somewhere else in the city, or some other project. Our question is, why isn't affordability the goal for every single project coming through council right now? We need deeply affordable housing in downtown Vancouver. We need it in Mount Pleasant. We need it in Hastings Sunrise. We need it in every neighborhood across the city. The staff referral report for this project notes that the average downtown market rents for a 369 square foot studio is more than $2,300 a month. That's the equivalent of living in a typical hotel room. To be considered affordable, one would need to earn a household income of over $93,000 annually, which is obscene. For a one bedroom at an average market rate of $2,650 a month, one would need to earn over $100,000 a year for it to be considered affordable, and the price goes up. By 2030, imagine how much a market rate rental will be if this project is approved. So you basically need a six-figure income to live in this proposed project, and the city is not committed to ensuring projects like this have affordable units. Market rentals coming onto market are still out of reach for many, which is why some new units are sitting empty. Trickle-down housing supply is unlikely to deliver the deeply affordable housing needed to house the average tourism worker. I imagine we'll hear that market rents have declined somewhat, but expensive is still expensive. Those crumbs are not enough to placate working people. Market rentals are out of reach for many tourism workers, particularly those who have to cobble together 2 or 3 jobs to make a living. It's tantamount to a pat on the head that says, "There, there. You can be quiet now because the market is working." To be clear, for the well-to-do, the market always seems to be working. Again, I ask, who is this project for? Thousands of hotel rooms have been approved by council already, and City Hall is incentivizing developers to build more hotels at a time when developers have overbuilt condos, overbuilt commercial office, and can't unload all their market rate units. Meanwhile, hotels have become the hot real estate play for investors who are drawn to revenues that come from the high hotel room rates and high occupancy. And amid a housing crisis, prioritizing visitors over residents feels misaligned. We don't think council should be incentivizing developers to build more hotels and expensive market housing. Developers aren't building what we need, but they're rewarded for building what we don't need. This project seeks approval of a major increase in density with a jump from 5.0 to 19.5 FSR. That will be a significant land lift in value for the developer. Because of incentives added to the hotel policy last year, the hotel portion excludes over 50,000 square feet from the community amenity contribution calculation. That's less money for affordable housing, childcare facilities, parks, community centers, libraries, other public benefits. And what does the public get in return? Hotel rooms instead of affordable housing, no below market rentals or deeply affordable units, and a small community amenity contribution of $1.38 million. Finally, this proposal is before a public hearing, largely because of the impact on heritage sites, including the Stanley Brock building. The referral report notes that demolition and/or reconstruction in the context of a rezoning is usually not supportable by the city, but preservation of historic buildings, particularly one that is apparently in good condition, is deemed to be less important than yet another high-end Marriott-branded hotel. The referral report suggests the developer will be encouraged to explore retaining part of the facade, which suggests the developer may not be fully committed to retaining the heritage facade at all. This raises the question whether the developer has benefited from the city's heritage incentive program. If so, how much has the developer received from the program? And will these funds be clawed back by the city if this building is demolished? If city policies are producing outcomes like this, where affordability is sidelined, where hotels outweigh housing, and where public benefit is minimal, then the problem isn't the project alone, it's the framework that the city is using to approve it. This proposal fails to meet the moment that we're in. Council should reject the proposal or send it back for a rethink, one that puts affordability at the center and not the margins. Thank you.
Okay, we'll now go to Speaker 2, Juanita McNeil.
Chair, Speaker 2 is not on the line.
Okay, we can come back to them. Let's go to Speaker 3, Raul Sansoya.
Speaker 3 is not on the line.
Okay. How about Speaker 4, Matthew DeCorby?
Hello, yes, I am here.
Please go ahead.
Hi there, thank you. Good sunny afternoon, Mayor and Council. As you heard, my name is Matthew DeCorby, and I am here this afternoon just because I simply just cannot stay silent anymore. So I personally have spent many years in downtown Vancouver's hotel industry, actually, and I am very proud to call the West End, downtown Vancouver, home for the last 10 years. However, I am standing before you as one of thousands of working people who feel like we are literally being forced out of this place as we are so proud to be building. However, we cannot afford to live in the place that we are building. So I actually do come here to ask you to please continue to put people before profits and to put working families, working everyone, disabilities, and the elderly before all the developers. I personally pick up every shift that I can. I have personally budgeted everything down to the dollar. I have cut all costs. I am an avid Highland dancer, and I cannot join the classes anymore as I simply cannot afford it. The affordability crisis is not a headline. It's actually my reality. And it's not just my reality, it's all my coworkers, my neighbors, it's all the seniors, the disabled on my block, around my block, and actually in my building alone, many of them have lived for more than 40 years here. We are all being squeezed out, and it does not feel fair whatsoever. That's why these projects here, like the one at 888-896 Canby, are so frustrating. A just massive 29-story tower is being proposed there. With that 29-story tower, 246 hotel rooms, 165 market rental units, and not one single unit is affordable housing. To make it happen, we're talking about tearing down a heritage building and we're handing over the developers a massive density increase from just a small little number, 50,000 square feet, to almost 4 times higher, 195,000 square feet. And what is the city getting back? Just a little $1.38 million in community amenities contributions. So unfortunately, pennies are still existent in the developer's world. I do want to touch base on the rental part, that we have to be honest about who those 165 market rentals are really for. Right now, the average downtown rent need an income of $90,000 to $150,000 a year. And so in reality, like myself, a hotel worker for the last 10 years, plus the hotel cooks, cleaners, and all the caregivers, we don't make that. Is it possible to make that? Those units will be way out of reach for the very people that keep the city running. We're approving luxury and calling it housing. So I do have to ask, when these projects come before you, does anyone at this table bring up job quality? Does anyone ask, hey, how many living wage jobs will this create for locals? Does anyone ask, hey, where will these people who are working in these hotels actually live? Because from what I am understanding, it does feel like the developers have access to City Hall and to the mayor, while working people are left outside the room. And yes, we may do hear that the developers are getting asked, but what do we get in response? Oh, maybe transportation. No response. No clue. I personally don't drive, so I have to consider transportation is very important for me if I have to live outside of the city. Why isn't housing affordability the #1 item on every agenda? If it is, we're not hearing it. And what we are seeing instead are cranes for towers that all of us, most of us, could never afford. While these people who pour the coffee, myself, who clean the hotel rooms, drive the buses, and care for the kids all around here, teachers, are planning their exit all from downtown Vancouver. If nothing changes, I am going to be one of them. Not because I want to leave, but because the city, under this council, has made it clear that the working people are not the priority. Us working class are the very last people. So when you do vote on the 888-896 Canby and projects all like this, remember that it's not who's in the
caller,
room.
we are at time.
Sounds good. Remember that the working class
We are at time.
Thank you.
I'll just remind all speakers, we're here to speak to the merits of the project. This is a public hearing, so just a friendly reminder. We'll go to speaker 5, Kirsten Lebrun.
interrupt in the background. So good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kirsten. I work in a hotel in Vancouver, and I was born and raised in Vancouver. I was actually born at St. Paul's Hospital. And Vancouver is the only city I ever wanted to call home. Growing up here was beautiful. I mean, obviously the city was a lot smaller. I was born in the 80s. And when I wanted to have a family, my husband and I were working very hard, but we can't afford anything even close. So I drive from Maple Ridge every day. And so that's why I want to speak to the affordability crisis. Housing costs are so high and so few options, so we came out here. So my commute's over an hour and a half every day, each way. Makes it really tight with the kids. I know many of my co-workers in the same position, hotel workers, cooks, cleaners, servers, so many of us who help Vancouver's hospitality industry thrive are living outside of the city because we can't afford it here. We just haven't kept up with the rent, groceries, gas, or childcare. It's getting harder and harder for working families to see a future here. That's why I was concerned when I learned about the proposal at 888 and 896 Cambie, a 29-story tower with 246 hotel rooms and 165 market rental units being considered, and there are no affordable units included. The project would also mean demolishing a heritage building and increasing the density on that site. In exchange, the community amenity contribution is $1.38 million. I understand that the market rentals are part of our housing supply, but the average downtown rent needs a very high income. I'm still hoping for a way back. I want to believe Vancouver can be a city where people who work here can also live here. I want my kids to have that chance to grow up in the community that I grew up in. So I'm here tonight to ask you, Mayor and Council, to make affordable housing and real affordability a top priority, not fast-tracking luxury for those that are just there to make money off of the city. Thank you for listening, and thank you for the work you do. And that's everything I have to say. Sorry, the kids are fighting.
Okay, thank you for calling.
Thank you.
Thanks for calling.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll now go to speaker 6, Bo Jomo.
Hello?
Hi, please go ahead.
Hi, good evening, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Bo. I work in the hospitality industry, and I oppose this proposal. I've watched the city become increasingly unaffordable for the very workers who help keep it running every day. I want to speak here today because I do not think this proposal reflects the realities facing hospitality workers in Vancouver right now. I can confidently say that a lack of hotel rooms is not the biggest problem facing this city. The biggest problem is affordability. We are in the middle of a housing and cost of living crisis that is impacting working people across the Lower Mainland. Rent is unaffordable. Groceries are overly expensive. Transit and gas prices continue to rise. Even people with decent incomes are struggling to keep up. And yet, despite all of that, Council is focusing on more hotel development and expensive market housing. I want Council to understand something very clearly today. Hospitality workers are struggling. Over the years, I've had countless conversations with co-workers who feel exhausted, discouraged, and increasingly pushed out of the communities we work in. Many workers are commuting from further and further away because housing costs in Vancouver are completely disconnected from what hospitality workers earn. We are housekeepers, kitchen staff, servers, laundry attendants, and maintenance workers, as well as front desk agents. We work hard. We provide important services. We help create the experience that the visitors and tourists have when they come to Vancouver. Our wages are not enough to afford market rent in this city anymore. That is the reality. It feels like Vancouver is becoming a city designed more and more for wealthy investment and luxury development, while ordinary people are expected to simply adapt to worsening affordability and longer commutes. But there is a serious problem in that approach. You cannot continue expanding the tourism and hotel industries while simultaneously pricing hospitality workers out of the city. Hotels do not operate on their own. Tourism doesn't exist in a vacuum. If workers cannot afford to live here, eventually staffing shortages get worse, burnout increases, and people leave the industry altogether. Honestly, I already see signs of this happening. I know workers who are considering leaving Metro Vancouver because they no longer believe they can build a stable future here. Others are living in overcrowded housing situations just to stay close enough to work. That should be a warning sign to council, because this issue is not just about one development proposal. It is about what kind of city Vancouver is becoming. Are we building a city where working people can still live, participate, and thrive, or are we building a city where only higher income earners are realistically affording to stay? Hospitality workers contribute enormously to Vancouver's economy. We help sustain one of the city's most important industries. We welcome visitors, provide services, and keep businesses operating every single day. Yet many of us feel increasingly invisible in conversations about development and affordability. Development should serve the broader public, especially during a housing affordability crisis. Right now, this city does not need more hotel rooms, nearly as badly as it needs genuinely affordable housing for workers and residents. Council has already approved thousands of hotel rooms across Vancouver. Meanwhile, workers are still struggling to find stable housing. They can actually afford hospitality wages. That imbalance is impossible to ignore. So today I'm asking Council to think about the workers already supporting this city before approving yet another hotel-focused development. Please prioritize affordability, housing stability, and long-term well-being of working people. Please vote against this proposal. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for calling. We'll now go to Speaker 7, Xiao Li Tang.
Speaker 7 is not on the line.
Speaker 8, Fabiola Salguero.
Speaker 8 is not on the line.
Speaker 9, Rekha Sharma.
Speaker 9 is not on the line.
Speaker 10, Bellissima Bellignon.
Speaker 10 is not on the line.
Speaker 11 is withdrawn. Speaker 12, Sashi Singh.
Sorry, Speaker 12 is not on the line.
Speaker 13, Angel Baton.
Speaker 13 is not on the line.
Speaker 14 is withdrawn. Speaker 15, Catherine de la Cruz.
Speaker 15 is not on the line.
Speaker 16, Rajwinder Parmar.
Speaker 16 is not on the line.
Speaker 17, Connie Chan.
Speaker 17 is not on the line.
Speaker 18, Akpal Isla.
Speaker 18 is not on the line.
Speaker 19, Katia Moreno.
Speaker 19 is not on the line.
Speaker 20, Ravi Kumar.
Speaker 20 is not on the line.
Speaker 21, Janet Budd.
Yes.
Hi,
Let's go ahead.
can you hear? Okay. Hi, my name's Janet. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I strongly oppose the proposed hotel project at Cambie and Smythe. Vancouver is already facing a serious affordability crisis. Many residents, including myself, are struggling to find stable and affordable housing. Building more hotels does not address this urgent need. Instead, the city should prioritize developing affordable housing for the people who live and work here. While tourism is important, it should not come at the expense of residents' ability to live in their own city. I urge the city to reconsider this project and focus on solutions that improve housing availability and affordability. And as you can hear, I'm completely surrounded by construction on three sides, and my building is on the chopping block, and it was an affordable housing, but I don't know where I'm going to be living soon. Okay. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for calling. Speaker number 22, Zylita Chan.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello? You can? Okay. All right. Sorry. See, so I'm here today to speak for the people who make the city run. The nurses, the teachers, service workers, hospitality workers, and bus drivers. All of these people are being priced out of our community. We're living through an affordability catastrophe. For many, the dream of living in Vancouver has turned into a survival calculation. Let's talk about the biggest elephant in the room, housing. Rent for a one-bedroom apartment now averages between $2,600 and $2,800 a month. For a two-bedroom, you're looking at over $3,500. We hear a lot about density and new supply from this council. But when I look around, I don't see any affordable homes for residents. I see luxury condos. I see developers pitching luxury, short-term and hotel-style, high-density projects that do nothing for the local family earning a median income. We do not need more investor-focused dog crate apartments that cost between $3,000 for a 400-square-foot space. We need non-market housing. We need affordable, below-market housing. We need co-op housing, like the models that built in the Champlain Heights, where a family can actually afford to raise a family. But this crisis isn't just about rent. It's walking into a grocery store and seeing a bag of coffee for $30. It's between paying rent or buying healthy food. The cost of living in Vancouver for a single person is now pushing $4,000 a month. For those who drive, gas prices are amongst the highest in North America. Even for those using transit, the cost of living means that owning a car is a luxury few can afford. But transit alone cannot solve the housing crisis. The living wage in Metro Vancouver has risen to over $27 an hour. That means if you aren't making that, you're definitely in deficit every single month. Many housekeepers make beyond that. Currently, they make about $33 or $34 an hour, and even then, they're living paycheck to paycheck. This council has a choice. You can continue to allow the agenda to be run by billionaire developers, where they will ultimately benefit, or you can take a stand and actually put your foot down and make decisions that are going to benefit and resolve the affordability crisis. So what we need is for you to make decisions that allow for immediate investment in non-market and social housing. We need to stop the replacement of existing affordable rental units with luxury developments. We need real tenant protection. We need affordable housing for locals, not suites for speculators and tourists. The future of the city depends on keeping its people, not just its investments. Please start making decisions that serve the people who call the city a home. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 23, Steve Cashmore.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Steve Cashmore, and I live in Vancouver, and I work at a hotel in Vancouver as well. I strongly oppose this proposal. I'm nearing retirement age, and after decades of working in the city, I'm deeply concerned about what Vancouver is becoming for ordinary people. I never imagined that full-time workers would one day be unable to afford even the smallest apartments in the city they serve. But unfortunately, this is where we are now. And unfortunately, this proposal moves us further in the wrong direction. At the time when Vancouver faces an extreme affordability crisis, this project prioritizes more hotel space and market rate housing instead of truly affordable homes. The 165 rental units being proposed are all market rate units. That means rents far beyond what many workers, seniors, and moderate incomes can afford. We're talking about studio apartments averaging about $2,300 a month. This is not affordable. This is financial pressure packages housing supply. There's no non-market housing here, no below market housing, no meaningful affordable measures despite the scale of the project and the severity of the crisis facing residents. I think many people are asking whether the council is losing sight of what the city actually needs. Because while workers are struggling to remain housed in the city, the city continues approving hotel development at an aggressive pace. More than 3,000 hotels have already been approved, with thousands more in the pipeline. Meanwhile, where is the same urgency for deeply affordable housing? Where is the ambition for workforce housing? Where is the recognition that housing is an infrastructure just as essential as roads and transit? This project also raises serious concern about public value. The developer stands to gain substantial land lifts through rezoning approvals, yet community amenity contribution is only $1.38 million. This is not adequate return for the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker 24, Andrea Fuentes.
Speaker 24 is not on the line.
Speaker 25, Alfina Lambertus.
Speaker 25 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 26, Sonia Chua.
Speaker 26 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 27 withdrew, Speaker 28 withdrew, Speaker 29, Wilma Ayog.
Speaker 29 is not on the line.
Speaker 30 withdrew, Speaker 31, Betty Quilban.
Speaker 31 is not on the line.
Speaker 32, Domiador Chentula.
Speaker 32 is not on the line.
May have pronounced that incorrectly, apologies. Speaker 33, Jean-Philippe Savingo.
Speaker 33 is not on the line.
Speaker 34 withdrew. Speaker 35, Sean Lervold.
Speaker 35 is not on the line.
Speaker 36, Natasha Keurig.
Speaker 36 is not on the line.
Speaker 37, Rankika Ubicina.
Speaker 37 is not on the line.
Speaker 38, Naska Spasic.
Moment, Chair, sorry. Speaker 38 is not on the line.
Speaker 39, Joshua Young.
Speaker 39 is not on the line.
Speaker 40, Kim Yun Ju.
Speaker 40 is not on the line.
Speaker 41 withdrew. Speaker 42 withdrew. Speaker 43, Robert Bader.
Speaker 43 is not on the line.
Speaker 44 withdrew. Speaker 45 withdrew. Speaker 46, Adina Natino.
Speaker 46 is not on the line.
Speaker 47, Omar Mahmood.
Speaker 47 is not on the line.
Speaker 48, Marissa Quaresma.
Speaker 48 has withdrawn, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 49, Vesna.
Sorry, Chair, just give me one moment, please.
Sure, yeah. They're on the line? Or? They're not. They're not on the line, okay. 40, sorry, was that 49? 49. And Vesna Perinovic.
Speaker 49 is not on the line.
Okay. 50, Linda Ong.
Speaker 50 is not on the line.
Speaker 51, Gulzar Graywall.
Speaker 51 is not on the line.
Speaker 52, Preet Sangha.
Speaker 52 is not on the line.
Speaker 53, Gilby Cherian.
Speaker 53 is not on the line.
Speaker 54, Andrea Aubrey Augustine.
Speaker 54 is not on the line.
Speaker 55, Tori Cooper.
Speaker 55 is not on the line.
Speaker 56, Pat Deep Tundi.
Speaker 56 is not on the line.
Speaker 57, Robert Bibb.
Speaker 57 is not on the line.
Speaker 58, Joseph Bostonish.
Speaker 58 is not on the line.
Speaker 59, Karanjit Dillon.
Speaker 59 is not on the line.
Speaker 60, Cindy Jane Magbunia.
Speaker
Cindy Jane.
60 is not on the line. Sorry, Chair, just one moment.
Yep. But they weren't on the line when we called. Speaker 61, Naya Holers.
Speaker 61 is on the line.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, please go ahead.
Hello? Hi, I oppose this proposal for similar reasons as the people before it, because this project does not seriously address Vancouver's affordability crisis. Like many people in the city, I've seen housing become increasingly out of reach for workers, renters, students, and families. And we need housing that can actually be accessible for regular people, not more luxury development. This proposal fundamentally is misaligned with the city's most urgent need. We don't need more hotel rooms as much as we need affordable housing. Yet the city continues prioritizing hotel development over solving the structural housing crisis affecting ordinary residents. While this proposal includes 165 rental units, they're all market rate. There's no non-market or below-market housing included. All at current downtown rents, these units will be unaffordable for many working people. Studios renting for over $2,300 and one-bedrooms for around $2,600 are simply not realistic for modest-income households. Council has already approved thousands of hotel rooms, with thousands more planned. What Vancouver actually needs is thousands of genuinely affordable homes. I'm also concerned about the incentives being given to developers through this proposal. The project would receive a massive increase in density from 5 to 19.5 FSR, while providing relatively little public benefit in return. the community amenity contribution is only $1.38 million, despite the enormous increase in land value being granted by the city. On top of that, the city's hotel development policies allow large portions of hotel space to be excluded from CAC calculations. In this project, over 50,000 square feet would be excluded. That means less funding for affordable housing, childcare, parks, libraries, and other public amenities. At a time when working people, renters, and seniors are struggling with affordability, the city should not be giving additional relief to private developers building hotels and expensive market housing. I'm also concerned about the impact on the heritage preservation. This proposal would affect the Stanley Block building, a heritage building at 888 Canby. City staff themselves note that demolition or reconstruction of heritage buildings during rezonings is usually not supportable. Yet this project would allow demolition of the site with only vague encouragement to retain part of the facade. This raises important questions about whether the developer previously benefited from heritage incentives or grants, and whether those public funds would ever be recovered if the building is demolished. For all of those reasons, I urge Council to reject this proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 62 withdrew. Speaker 63 is Kendra Strauss.
Speaker 63 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 64, Lian Shang Lin.
Speaker 64 is not on the line.
Speaker 65, Marlon Selmar.
Speaker 65 is not on the line.
Speaker 66, Prasancha Guadinia.
Speaker 66 is not on the line.
Speaker 67, Gurpurnam Kaur.
Speaker 67 is not on the line.
Speaker 68, Jacqueline Tay.
Speaker 68 is not on the line.
Speaker 69, Christina Figueroa. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Christina Figueroa, and I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I oppose this proposal. So we need affordable housing in Vancouver, not hotel rooms. This project only proposes 165 rental units, which does not address our housing crisis. Additionally, there's no below market or non-market housing included. Therefore, it is the units will likely be unaffordable. And it's not normal that regular people in the city struggle to keep up with the housing prices every day. Almost everyone I know is struggling right now, despite working 40 plus hours in good jobs. This is not normal. We need reasonable housing now. To make matters worse, the city has decided to incentivize developers to build these unaffordable rentals and unnecessary hotel rooms. I was alarmed to see that the community amenity contribution is only 1.38 million. 1.38 million is the price of a low to mid-range home in Burnaby or New West. Surely, the developers in Vancouver can afford to contribute more. I would hope that our councillors would secure a larger community amenity contribution for the residents you represent. We need parks, childcare facilities, libraries, and other community spaces to ensure everyone can thrive. I hope that council will think of how this project impacts all residents, not just developers. If council can approve thousands of hotel rooms, then why not push for thousands of units of affordable housing or community projects? It would be unfortunate for councillors to turn a blind eye to your constituents tonight. I am lucky to live on Smythe Street myself. Smythe has more of a residential feel on the part that I'm at, and I would like it to stay that way. I like knowing my neighbors across the street. I like the theaters, I like the cafes, the parks, and a hotel doesn't really fit. I know that towards Yaletown near Canby, there's more of an industrial space, but I don't want this to be reinforced. Please think of the folks that already live and work on Smythe. We don't need a hotel. We need a community amenities, spaces for congregation and community. Why should the council care more about a hotel for foreigners than about the folks that already live on Smythe? So I ask the council today, do developers matter or residents? Your choice today reflects your care for Vancouver residents, and this choice will be disseminated beyond the constraints of this room. Public hearings sometimes are quiet and secluded, but young people like myself are fed up with the affordability crisis. So I'm asking you to stop giving handouts to developers and think of residents first. I urge you to reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thanks for speaking to council. Speaker, 70 withdrew. Speaker 71, Lovepreet Kaur.
Speaker 71 is not on the line.
Speaker 72, Matthew DeMarshy.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Matthew. Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you all for having me today. I really appreciate the time. And I am calling today to oppose this project. First of all, the rental units in this project are not really made for families. It took me a while to find out and figure it out, but when I finally saw the prints, it looked like 2 bedrooms were the max amount of bedrooms through the entire rental portion of this building. In my opinion, families need 3 bedrooms, whether that's for children, a special playroom if you only have 1 kid maybe, or maybe it's just for the reprieve of the parents, or for whatever reason, 3 bedrooms I think is really important if we want to keep families in Vancouver. Now, everybody knows, we all know people who have had kids and they got to move. We are losing families to Burnaby and Coquitlam and Langley and Surrey, even Chilliwack and Abbotsford are gaining families, and we're losing them because they have many more available 3-bedroom homes. Not only do they have the 3-bedroom homes that are needed for families, they have communities oriented towards supporting these families in many different ways. Not just the rental buildings, but also the community supports. It's very important to not just have the rentals, but the community supports. Both of these, I think, are important to attracting families back to Vancouver, because we've seen so many families leaving Vancouver. I think on top of that, building affordable 3-bedroom rentals would allow a family to rent in the city while putting some savings away to one day maybe buy their own 3-bedroom home. I think that's the dream for everyone. It would be great to be able to rent at a price where we could put a few $100 away and save that so that one day we can accomplish a dream of owning our own home in Vancouver. Once again, 3 bedrooms would be ideal. We need to figure out how to keep families in this city, and this should be a priority for this council. And yes, downtown is a great place for families. This location is only a few blocks away from Rainbow Park. Why wouldn't we want to build family-oriented housing so near to this very awesome and fun park that the city has invested so much in? Why not have the developer add more family housing here to take full advantage of this park and the beach and all the great amenities that downtown can provide to a family if there was adequate housing for the families? Secondly, the contribution to the city is not enough. We need big developers and corporations like Marriott to invest more in Vancouver. They're making hundreds of millions of dollars here. In cities around the world, primary industries help fund important infrastructure and community projects. The development industry and hotel industry here need to step up now and help Vancouver with its dire financial shape. In the papers, I read of a $400 million commitment to a number of community centers. And then on the very next page, I read that Kitts Pool alone will take $300 million to fix. How does this make sense? Many community centers need complete rebuilding or renovation. How will this be paid for? Why are we not demanding more out of Vancouver's 2 most important industries, the development/construction industry and the tourism/hotel industry? Why are these thriving industries not helping with our community centers? Vancouver's community centers and parks are in crisis. We need to reject this proposal and demand more from these key industries. I want to thank Council for the time tonight. Have a great day.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 73, Rathamesh
Hello.
Pule. Hi.
हॅलो माझे नाव प्रथमेश आहे. मला ट्रान्सलेटरची गरज आहे.
Hi, my name is Patmesh. I want to thank City and Council for the chance to speak today, and I have my translator with me.
Okay, just to confirm, are you a representative speaker? Oh. So
Yes, I'm the
apologies.
translator.
I understand you're translating. So you do have up to 10 minutes as a result. So please go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So, सुप्रभात महापौर and परिषद सदस्यांनो, माझे नाव प्रथमेश आहे. आज रात्री बोलण्यासाठी संधी दिल्याबद्दल मी आपले आभार मानतो. मी या प्रस्तावात विरोध करत आहे आणि का ते मला सगळ्यांना सांगायचे आहे. एक या आकडा म्हणून नाही तर एक माणूस म्हणून.
I'm an immigrant. I came to Canada as a student. I'll restart. Good evening, Mayor and Councillor. My name is Pratmesh. I want to thank you for the chance to speak today. I'm here to oppose this proposal. I want to tell you why. Not as a number on a list, but as a person. I'm an immigrant.
मी एक स्थलांतरित आहे. मी एक विद्यार्थी म्हणून आशेने भरलेला व्यक्ती आहे. मी माझे घर, माझे कुटुंब, माझे मित्र, मला माहीत असलेले सगळे काही सोडून इथे आलो. कारण या शहराने जे आश्वासन दिले होते त्यावर माझा विश्वास होता. संधी, शिक्षण, भविष्य, एक अशी जागा येथे मेहनत करून आणि नियम पाळून तुम्ही आपले आयुष्य उभे करू शकता.
I'm an immigrant. I came to Vancouver as a student, full of hope. I left my home, my family, my friends, everything I knew to come here because I believed in what the city proposed. Opportunity, education, a future, a place where if you worked hard and played by the rules, you could build a life.
मी डाउनटाउन व्हँकुव्हर निवडले कारण त्या आश्वासनावर माझा विश्वास होता. मी माझ्या शिक्षणासाठी $60,000 कॅनेडियन डॉलर्स इन्व्हेस्ट केले. $60,000 ही काही चिल्लर रक्कम नाही. ही वर्षानुवर्ष जमवलेली रक्कम, माझ्या कुटुंबांनी जमवलेली सेव्हिंग्स आणि रिटायरमेंट फंड्स होता. त्या रात्री उशिरापर्यंत आणि वीकेंडला केलेले शिफ्ट आहेत. ते माझ्या आईवडिलांनी जगाच्या दुसऱ्या टोकाला राहून केलेले त्याग आहेत. फक्त यासाठी की त्यांचा मुलगा कॅनडा येथे संधी मिळावी.
I chose downtown Vancouver because I believed in that promise. I paid $60,000 Canadian dollars in tuition for my studies. $60,000 Canadian dollars. That is not pocket change. That is years of savings. That is family support. That is late night and weekend shifts. That is sacrifice my parents made on the other side of the world so that their child could come to Canada and have a chance.
मला जे काही करायला सांगितले ते सगळे मी केले. मी अभ्यास केला, मी काम केले, मी प्रत्येक नियम पाळला. मी या शहराला माझे उत्तम वर्ष आणि माझी बचत दिली. मी त्याला माझा विश्वास दिला आणि आज मी इथे उभा राहून तुम्हाला सांगतो आहे की ज्या शहरात मी शिक्षण केले त्या शहरात राहण्याची माझी ऐपत नाही.
I did everything that was asked of me. I studied, I worked,
I followed every rule. I gave this city my best years and my savings. I gave it my trust. And now I am standing here to tell you that I cannot afford to live in the city I studied in.
मी हे पुन्हा सांगतो कारण हे तुमच्यापर्यंत पोचले पाहिजे आणि डाउनटाउन व्हँकुव्हर येण्यासाठी मी $60,000 भरले आणि डाउनटाउन व्हँकुव्हर राहण्याची माझी ऐपत नाही.
Let me say that again because I want it to land. I paid $60,000 to come to downtown Vancouver and live here, and I cannot afford to live in downtown Vancouver. And I don't think it's a reality in the near future either.
इथली भाडे माझ्यासाठी लोकांसाठी बनवलेली नाहीत. ती कामगार लोकांसाठी बनलेली नाही. ती त्या आंतरराष्ट्रीय स्टुडंट विद्यार्थ्यांसाठी बनलेली नाहीत. ज्यांना हे शहर सक्रिय बोलावते, आमच्याकडून ट्युशन फी घेते आणि मग आमचे शिक्षण पूर्ण होताच शांतपणे आम्हाला बाहेर काढून टाकते. आमच्या जागेचे पैसे भरण्यासाठी आम्ही पुरेसे चांगले आहोत. लक्झरी हॉल भरण्यासाठी आम्ही पुरेसे चांगले आहोत. कॅफे, हॉटेल्स आणि ऑफिसेसमध्ये काम करण्यासाठी आम्ही पुरेसे चांगले आहोत. पण ज्या शहराला आम्ही उभे करण्यात मदत केली त्या शहरात घर असण्याचा प्रश्न आला तर अचानक आम्ही त्यासाठी पुरेसे चांगले उडत नाही.
The rents here are not built for people like me. They are not built for working class people. They are not built for international students the city actively recruits, takes tuition from, and then quietly pushes out the moment we graduate. We are good enough to pay for our seats. We are good enough to fill the lecture halls. We are good enough to staff the cafes and the hotels and the offices. But when it comes to having a home in the city we help build, suddenly we are not good enough for that.
माळा परिषदेने माझ्यासोबत एक क्षण गणित करावे असे वाटते. या शहरातला एक कामगार म्हणून टॅक्स कापल्यानंतर महिन्याला $2,500 ते $3,000 घरी आणू शकतो. डाउनटाउन व्हँकुव्हरमध्ये एका बेडरूमच्या फ्लॅटचे भाडे $2,500 काहीतरी वर आहे. हे घरकुल नाही. हे म्हणजे भाडं आणि अन्न यांच्यामधून एक निवडणे. हे म्हणजे रूमचे भाडे खूपच देणे आहे. हे म्हणजे मित्रांना सोबत झोपणे. हे म्हणजे दुसऱ्या शहरात देशात परत जाणे. कारण ज्या देशात तुम्ही आलात त्या देशात तुमच्यासाठी आता जागा उरलेली नाही.
I want council to do the math with me for a moment. A working person in the city, after taxes, might bring home $2,500 to $3,000 a month. Average rent for a one-bedroom in downtown Vancouver is well over $2,500. That is not housing. That is choosing between rent and food. That is roommates well into their 30s. That is sleeping on a friend's couch. That is moving back to a different country because the country you're in no longer has space for you.
मी इथे एकटा आहे. मी एकटा नाही. आमच्यासारखे हजारो आहेत. आम्ही विद्यार्थी म्हणून आलो, कामगार म्हणून थांबलो. आम्ही तुमच्या रेस्टॉरंटमध्ये, हॉटेल्समध्ये, दुकानांमध्ये, हॉस्पिटल्समध्ये काम करतो आणि टॅक्स भरतो. आम्ही भाडे भरतो. जेव्हा ते आम्हाला परवडते आम्ही दररोज योगदान देतो आणि दरवर्षी आम्ही पाहतो की हे शहर आमच्यापासून आणखी दूर जात आहे.
I want council to do, I am not alone. There are thousands of us. We came as students. We stayed as workers. We helped build this city. We work in restaurants, in hotels, in shops, in offices, in hospitals. We pay taxes. We pay rent. When we can find it, we contribute every single day. And every single year, we watch the city become more and more out of reach.
म्हणूनच मी आज रात्री या परिषदेत विरोध करत आहे, कारण प्रत्येक वेळी परिषद आणखी एका लक्झरी हॉटेल मंजूर देते. प्रत्येक वेळी तुम्ही एखाद्या डेव्हलपर कोणतीही खरी परवडणारी सोय न जोडता लक्झरी प्रत्येक वेळी मार्केट रेंट वाढवते.
I apologize for the
housing
interruption. Apologies to the speaker for the interruption, but we are at time, and thank you for your comments to council.
Sorry, we're at 10 minutes?
Yes, over 10 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
Thanks
you.
for calling. Speaker number 74, Emily Armitage. Is that Emily?
Hello,
on the
can you hear
line?
me?
Hi, Emily.
Yes.
I just need to ask a question of you, as it's not indicated on our speakers list. Are you a resident of Vancouver?
No, I'm not.
You're not a resident. Okay. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Good evening to Mayor and Council. Like was announced, my name is Emily. I live in the Lower Mainland, although not in Vancouver. And I'm here tonight to oppose this proposal. To explain why, I want to tell you all a little bit about my family's story. So my grandparents came to Canada right after World War II. They were both very poor. Both of them took up a collection in their home village to pool the funds to afford to buy a ticket, to get on a ship, and then on a train across the country to come to Vancouver. And when they arrived, they were both able to find work as new immigrants. My grandmother actually worked as a maid or a housekeeper in a hotel in downtown Vancouver, and my grandfather worked up north in the lumber industry. So it was two, working class people working very hard to raise a family of 4 kids, and they were able to afford to rent a small house near Trout Lake to, working class people raising a family. Back then, hospitality workers like my grandmother, and, blue collar workers like my grandfather could afford to actually live in this city and not only afford it, but afford to raise 4 kids here. But now, there's no way that we could say the same thing. Other speakers before me have already done the math. There's no chance that a housekeeper working in this proposed hotel, if it passes, could afford to do what my grandparents did, raise a family here, where they're in the city where they work. Now, fast forward to myself. I work in downtown Vancouver. Every day I commute, an hour in my car from Coquitlam to get to my job, which is getting more and more expensive to do as gas prices raise higher and higher. And there's really no chance that I could ever afford to live in the same city that my grandparents came to back in the 40s when they arrived, much less raise a family here. Being able to afford enough rent to actually rent a 2-bedroom apartment anywhere in the city is more than most people are ever going to achieve in Vancouver. I work full-time, I work hard, I work long hours, and because I'm commuting an hour each way to my job, I have long days. And that's just part of the reality for so many workers in Vancouver who love this city, who work hard to keep the city running, but can never afford to live here, much less raise their family here. So when we talk about, jobs being created or hotel rooms being opened in the city, I think it's so important that we remember that those are not going to be workers who can afford to live in the city as well. We're building workplaces and we're building apartments for people with, who make 6 figures, and we're, making jobs for people who are going to be commuting in from the suburbs. And I think that's what's so frustrating about proposals like this one. We keep being told time and time again by developers that luxury developments will somehow help affordability, but regular working class people are still being pushed further and further away. The people benefiting from the project, the proposal in front of you, are not going to be workers like me or workers like my grandparents. The people benefiting are developers, investors, and people already making very high incomes. Meanwhile, the people who actually work to make this city run, cleaners, housekeepers, hotel staff, retail workers, cooks, drivers, care aides, and more, office workers like me, they're being priced out. So a city cannot survive if the people doing everyday jobs can no longer afford to live anywhere near where they work. And right now, Vancouver is becoming a city where only wealthy people can afford to live comfortably. Everyone else is expected to commute those long distances, spend hours in traffic or on transit, and sacrifice more and more of their time and their family's time to get by. So what worries me also is that projects like this will just continue to drive land values and rents even higher. We've seen it happen before. All around me where I live in Coquitlam, older apartment buildings, built in the 70s are being demolished and replaced by, luxury condo towers, and more people are being pushed even further to the margins of the Lower Mainland. We hear statistics about, new housing supply, but what kind of housing is actually being built and who is it really for? Because it's not for working people, it's not for families, it's not for hotel workers, it's just for, hotel owners and the people in that same income bracket. In front of you right now,
Apologies
council
to
has a
speaker,
decision.
but you are over time, so we'll have to leave it there. Thank you. We'll now go to speaker 75, Faye Casas.
Hello?
Hi, is that Faye?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Hi. Okay, my name is Faye Casas, a resident of Vancouver City. I strongly oppose the proposed more hotels project. Vancouver is already facing a serious housing affordability crisis. Meanwhile, why Vancouver City is serving tourism more than Vancouver residents? Vancouver City is focusing on tourist affordability and accommodation. City Council should not keep approving expensive market housing and hotels development. This is not a solution. What about Vancouver residents' needs? How many parents giving birth every day? Meaning, Vancouver population growing every day. How many sick people run to the hospital every day? Meaning, we need more hospitals. Because of the market rent and shortage of affordable housing, family of 6 or more squeeze themselves into 1 or 2 bedroom apartment units in order to survive. In order to have a decent life here in Vancouver, you need to work 2 to 3 jobs. Meanwhile, 1 job should be enough, so we can spend more time to our family. And this is also very frustrating. The more you work, the more you pay taxes. If you live into a condo apartment, so when building gets older, the strata fee gets higher to pay. City Council should not keep approving expensive market housing and hotels. City Council should find solutions in order to provide more affordable housing. City Council should consider to build more hospitals, hospital rooms, and recovery rooms. City Council should consider to build more schools. These are most needed, not a luxury hotel. I urge the City Council to reject this proposal, focus on solutions that improve housing availability and affordability. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for calling. Speakers 76, Ronan Hannigan.
Hello? Present,
Ronan.
speaking.
Hi, Ronan. I just have to ask you, as per procedure bylaw, as it's not indicated on our list, are you a resident of Vancouver?
Not at the time of this phone call.
Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Ronan. I
I was born in Mount St. Joe's Hospital. I took my first steps in a 3-story walk-up in Kitsilano. Because of a similar pattern as is on display here today, that 3-story walk-up is no longer there. A lot of the affordable housing in this city is no longer there. And what instead we've seen is sort of a mad dash to try to stimulate and spur on the increasing land value in our city. This development on Cambie is just another one of those. Let's build a big, massive luxury hotel. Let's put market housing above, which means we charge whatever we want for it, no consideration to the people who make this city run, the regular working class people of this city. Let's not spend any of council's time trying to push through affordable housing, which is what we really need in this city. We've taken a massive $11 billion surplus, which the city currently has accumulated, as that I read in the news the other day, and done a sum total of what seems to be nothing with it besides upgrade a few community centers in a couple wealthy neighborhoods. While it seems like this council has infinite time to satiate the needs of large development corporations when they want to build a new hotel, a new mall, a new this, a new that, while we could take a tour of some of the neighborhoods in this city and check in on the basements where you will find 3 or even sometimes 4 or 5 young people sharing a 2-bedroom basement den. And it's just atrocious. The policies and the priorities of this council seem to be completely backwards. Every minute spent on trying to build a new hotel or in a city that is absolutely perforated with hotels is wasted time and wasted tax dollars. We should be building and building and building. When chartering more co-ops, we should be building more affordable housing with our massive surplus that we've accumulated. There should be not another minute spent on a over 200 room hotel for that is going to serve rich and powerful interests. The 3-story walk-up I grew up in is gone, but we could be bringing things like that back. My poor, destitute parents were able to afford a 2-bedroom in Kitsilano in the 90s. Today, fat chance that was going to fly. My hairdresser mother and my waiter bartender father were able to afford that with 2 children. What I'd like to see from council, and I won't hold my breath, but is seek out and push forward things that a regular person on an average salary could afford to either rent or maybe even buy. Crazy idea. The last thing we need is something that is just going to drive the average price of square footage for apartments up. The last thing we need is just something that is going to increase average land value. The last thing we need is this mad dash, which, if I didn't know better, seems to have been spurred on by people who have a vested interest in increasing the land value in Vancouver over anything else. And another thing is city council, or this council, seems to have taken the position that there's very little that they can do about affordability in this city, while they seem to have infinite time to give out tracts of land to large developers, like we're seeing on Cambie Street right now, like we're discussing. Other cities have put this council to shame with while Toronto is building not-for-profit public grocery stores with taxpayer dollars. We seem to be building a hotel right now.
Sorry, Speaker.
Well,
That's your time. Thank you for calling today.
well, the other people didn't use all of their time. Could I like borrow some, or is that no?
You're at time. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay. Speaker 77, Melajan Kang.
Speaker 77 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 78 withdrew. Speaker 79, Shaylin Arnold.
Hello?
Hi. Please go ahead.
Hi. Perfect. Hi, my name is Shaylin. I work in Vancouver and just live east of Boundary Road, technically in Burnaby. I strongly oppose this rezoning because, once again, this is not contributing to the housing and affordability crisis the city is facing. I've worked in the hotel industry for near 10 years, including working directly for the Marriott International Company, and I can tell you that most Marriott places of work do not pay near enough to survive in this city. I worked at the Sheraton Airport Hotel, where we had to strike for over a year to get as close to a livable wage as possible. So to assume that the company is going to take care of their staff is a vast understatement. I also spoke the other night during the hearing where I stated how tired I am of seeing the news every day and being let down by the city of Vancouver. I'm 27 years old and can barely scrape by to live here, and every day for people my age, we are losing hope in our future. The other night I mentioned all the wonderful things being done by other cities across North America, like the mayor of Chicago. Top priority is making communities safer. He built a hospital for the South Side, New York City, somehow more affordable than here. I don't know how that's even possible. The city of New York has gone after bad landlords and won $30 million settlements and has repaired over 6,000 units for low-income households. They just announced free Wi-Fi for thousands of households in the Bronx. And might I add, since Tuesday evening, the city of New York has just announced city-ran grocery stores, where groceries will be set at an affordable price to counter the price gouging from the rich. I think that's awesome. Where are our city-ran grocery stores? Even Toronto has started them. That sounds like something a vast majority
Hi,
of people
Speaker.
in this city
Sorry, I hate to interrupt you, but we really want to focus on the merits of the project. I know you're talking about city-run grocery stores in another country, but we're going to have to focus on the project.
Oh, I'm in Toronto, but yeah, I was just about to get there. So all I'm hearing from this hearing is how poor the quality of life is in this city. And entertaining the World Cup is obviously much more important, and that's why we need more hotels and why we need all this stuff. And so I'm assuming that's why we're letting these developers get away with this, right? How about some affordable housing? True affordable housing. Market rentals are not even close to being affordable. If market rentals were the answer, you'd think everyone wouldn't be freaking out about the price of rent. I also would like to bring up the 2010 Olympics in comparison to the World Cup because Vancouver still has a very significant homeless problem. The prices are way too high. Smaller cell phone businesses are struggling.
Chair,
and
I wonder.
Yes,
Chair, I'm so
Councillor.
sorry to interrupt. I did appreciate your guidance earlier about trying to zero in on the application, and now we're talking about the Olympics. I wonder if we could just pull it back.
Yeah, I'll just remind the Speaker, this is a public hearing and we're here to focus on the merits of the application in front of us, specifically the development at Canby and Smythe. So feel free to continue, but we'll need to focus on the merits of the application given the quasi-judicial nature of the public hearing.
Yeah, well, as far as I've listened to this whole hearing, and everyone's talking about, the affordability and the cost of living, and that's what I'm talking about. So those are my points to use because it shows, where the city is at in regards to construction and just regards to development. So yeah, anyways, I would like to continue. We need to stop giving these types of handouts to the developers who are doing nothing but putting more money into the pockets of the rich of the city, and we've all had it with these
Speaker, I'm going to
handouts.
caution you for the
Start
last
giving
time. We
some
have to focus on the merits of the application for the public hearing. This is going to be my last warning.
Okay. Well, what I'm saying is don't build more business opportunities for the rich while people are sleeping on the streets outside of those establishments. I strongly urge the entire council to oppose this rezoning. Start helping the workers and the low-income households for the city first. We are not in a hotel crisis. We are in a housing crisis. Hosting FIFA is clearly more important than all the crises we're facing. Vancouver is the city that I was born in. I grew up in. My family has been here for over 120 years. It's becoming a city that I can't even recognize from 10 years ago. And I don't mean this by landmarks and new developments. I mean in values and integrity and in principles. So I urge everyone to oppose this rezoning. I oppose this rezoning. And just to be clear, everything that I was going to state today was directly impacted to the hotel and the affordable living industry. And I don't feel very respected that I've been interrupted 3 times. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thanks for calling. Speaker 79, Shaylin, pardon me, that was Shaylin Arnaud, right? Okay. Speaker 80, Nareda Batara.
Speaker 80 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 81, Mike Biscar.
Speaker 81 is not on the line.
Speaker 82, Rowena Umali.
Hello.
Hi, is that Rowena?
Yes, speaking.
Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Magandang gabi po. I need translator, please. Yeah, I have translator. Hi, I'll be her translator.
Just before we jump into your speaking, I just noting that as you have a translator, you will receive 10 minutes in speaking time. So I'm just noting the time here. It's almost coming up to 5 o'clock. I have a proposal, but I want to hear feedback from councillors. My proposal would be to get through the speakers list. We only have 4 speakers left on the list, and then close the speakers list and receipt of public comments, and then take a 30-minute dinner break and come back for a debate and decision. So that's what I'm proposing. I would be interested to hear from any councillors who want to move that, or if any councillors are opposed to that or have feedback or comments, please add yourself.
I'd be happy to move that. Sure.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Fry. Seconder, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Maloney, I see you have you're on the queue, so open to you for your feedback and comments.
I'm just aware that as this is a public hearing, there's actually no guarantees that we only have 4 speakers left, and in fact, we'll be cycling back through the list. So
we don't actually go back through the list in a public hearing, but people could still call in. So that is
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, just clerks, we're having a bit of feedback. Yeah. So just to reiterate, we don't go back through the list, but people could still call in. So that is a caution.
all right. Well, given that it is early and okay, I will vote in favour of that.
Okay. Thank you for the feedback. Okay, so that motion is on the floor. All in favor say yay. Okay, anyone opposed say nay. Okay, we're going to move forward with that plan. So apologies for that interruption. It's just a procedural thing we had to deal with. So Christina, you mentioned Rowena, correct? Are you on the line still?
Yes.
Okay, and
Sorry, I just want to confirm that the 10 minutes will be starting right now.
Sorry?
Will the 10 minutes be starting right now?
Yes, just give me 1 second here to confirm something with you. So you have a translator, correct?
Yes, I have a translator, and she's beside me.
Okay, so we'll start your timer right now, and please go ahead.
Magandang gabi po, Mayor at sa mga konsehal na nasa kanilang opisina. Ako po si Rowena. Nagtatrabaho ako sa downtown Vancouver at narito ako ngayon upang
tutulan ang panukalang ito sa 888-896 Cambie Street. Ako rin po ay isang ina ng isang anak na babae na may problemang medikal na nangangailangan ng tuloy-tuloy na pangangalaga sa BC Children's Hospital. Kung minsan, ilang beses kami pumupunta doon sa loob ng isang linggo. Nais ko pong simulan sa pamamagitan ng paghiling sa inyo na alalahanin ng isang napakasimpleng bagay ngayong gabi. Ang mga desisyon ginagawa ninyo sa silid na ito ay nakakaapekto sa buhay ng tunay na mga tao, higit pa sa mga pader ng silid na ito. Para sa akin, hindi ito isang abstraktong talakayan tungkol sa pagpaplano. Hindi lang ito tungkol sa mga numero, patakaran sa hotel, o mga mapa ng zoning. Ito ay tungkol sa aking oras. Oras na makasama ang aking anak, oras na hindi na maibabalik pa.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Rowena. I work in downtown Vancouver, and I'm here tonight to oppose this proposal at 888-896 Cambie Street. I'm also a mother to a daughter with medical problems that requires ongoing care at BC Children's Hospital. Sometimes we are there for several days at a time. I want to start by asking you to remember something very simple tonight. The decision you make in this room will affect real people's lives far beyond these chambers. For me, this is not an abstract planning discussion. It is not just about density numbers, hotel policy, or zoning maps. It's about time. Time with my daughter. Time I don't get back.
Nakatira ako sa Maple Ridge sa kasalukuyan dahil ito ay ilang lugar na halos kayang-kaya pa ng aking pamilya. Ngunit ng aking trabaho ay nasa downtown Vancouver at ang medikal na pangangalaga ng aking anak ay nandito rin sa Vancouver. Kaya linggo-linggo ginugugol ko ang ilang oras sa pagbiyahe pabalik-balik sa pamamagitan ng tahanan, trabaho at sa ospital. Mga oras sa traffic, mga oras sa transit, mga oras na pagod, na stress, at sinusubukang pagsamasamahin ang lahat. At bawat oras na ginugugol ko sa pagbiyahe ay isang oras na nawawala sa akin kasama ang aking anak. Kapag may sakit ang iyong anak, ang oras ay nagiging mahalaga sa paraang mahirap ipaliwanag. Sinisimulan mong sukatin ang buhay ng iba. Ang isang tahimik na gabi na magkakasama ay mahalaga. Ang pagbabasa ng kwento bago matulog ay mahalaga. Ang pag-upo sa tabi nila kapag sila ay natatakot ay mahalaga. Ngunit ang lungsod na ito ay naging napakamahal. Kaya ang mga pamilyang katulad ng ang sa akin ay tinutulak ng lalong palayo mula sa mga lugar na talagang kailangan naming tirahan. At kapag tinitingnan ko ang mga panukalang katulad nito, sa totoo lang, masakit. Dahil ang lungsod na ito ay patuloy na nagsasabi sa mga manggagawa na mahalaga ang pagiging abot kaya samantalang patuloy na inaaprobahan ang mga proyektong halos walang ginagawa upang gawing mas abot kaya ang buhay.
I really wish this proposal at 888-896 Cambie Street had more affordable housing. I live in Maple Ridge because it is one of the only places my family can barely afford. But my work is in downtown Vancouver, and my daughter's medical care is here too. So week after week, I spend hours commuting back and forth between home, work, and the BC Children's Hospital. Hours in traffic, hours on transit, hours exhausted and stressed and trying to hold everything together. And every hour I spend commuting is an hour I lose with my child who needs me. When your child is sick, time comes precious in a way that is hard to explain. You start measuring life differently. A quiet evening together matters. Reading a bedtime story matters. Sitting beside them when they are scared matters. But this city has become so unaffordable that families like mine are being pushed further and further away from the places we actually need to be. And then I look at proposals like this one, and honestly, it hurts. Because the city keeps telling working people that affordability matters, while continuing to approve projects that do not do anything to make life more affordable for us. This proposal includes 246 hotel rooms and 165 market rental units. But there is no there's no true affordable housing here. No non-market housing, no deeply affordable homes, no housing for families like mine.
Ang panukalang ito ay may kasamang 246 na kwarto sa hotel at 165 na market rental units. Ngunit walang tunay na abot kayang pabahay dito. Walang non-market housing, walang tunay na abot kayang tahanan, walang pabahay para sa mga pamilyang katulad ng sa akin. At alam nating lahat kung ano ang ibig sabihin ng market rent sa downtown Vancouver ngayon. Ibig sabihin nito, napakataas ng upa kaya mga ordinaryong tao ay sarado na bago pa magkaroon ng pagkakataon. Mga studio na higit na 2,300 kada buwan, mga 1-bedroom na higit na 2,600, mga 2-bedroom na umaabot na sa halos $4,000. Hindi yon abot kaya, ayon ay survival para sa mayayaman. Para kanino nga ba talaga itinatayo ang lungsod na ito ngayon? Dahil hindi nararamdaman na ito ay tinatayo para sa mga magulang na nagtatrabaho. Hindi nararamdaman na ito ay tinatayo para sa mga pamilya nag-aalaga ng may sakit na bata. Hindi nararamdaman na ito ay tinatayo para sa mga taong naglilinis sa mga opisina, naghahain ng pagkain, nag-aayos sa mga estante, sumasagot sa telepono, nag-aalaga sa mga matatanda o nagpapatakbo ng mga ospital. Ang pakiramdam ay bawat desisyon ay ginagawa para sa mga developer muna at sa mga ordinaryong tao na lamang ang pangalawa. At sa tuwing inaaprobahan ng konseho ang isang proyektong katulad nito, gumagawa kayo ng pagpili. Pinipili nyo kung anong uri ng lungsod ang magiging Vancouver. Pinipili nyo kung ano ang mga pamilya nagtatrabaho ay kung nabibilang pa rin dito.
And we all know what market rent means in downtown Vancouver now. It means rent so high that ordinary people are locked out before they even get a chance. Studios for over $2,300 a month, 1-bedrooms for over $2,600, 2-bedrooms approaching $4,000. That is not affordability. That is survival for the wealthy. Who exactly is the city being built for anymore? Because it does not feel like it's being built for working parents. It does not feel like it is being built for families caring for sick children. It does not feel like it's being built for people who clean offices, serve food, stock shelves, answer calls, care for seniors, or keep hospitals running. It seems like every decision is being made for developers first and ordinary people second. And every time council approves another project like this, you are making a choice. You are choosing what kind of city Vancouver will become. You are choosing whether working families still belong here.
Pinipili niyo kung ano ang mga batang lumalaki na may mga problema sa kalusugan ay makatitira malapit sa pangangalagang kailangan nila. O kung ang kanilang mga magulang ay mapipilitang magtiis sa nakakapagod na pagbiyahe dahil inuuna ng magulang ang abot kayang pabahay. Kailangan ninyong maunawaan ito ng malinaw. Ang mga desisyong ito ay hindi nangyayari sa isang vacuum. Sa tuwing inaaproba ng lungsod na ito, ang mga luxury project sa halip na abot kayang tahanan may nawawala. Kasabay nito, malaking bahagi ng hotel ay isa-isang nawawalang pagkakataon para sa pabahay malapit sa mga lugar ng trabaho. Isang nawawalang pagkakataon para sa pabahay malapit sa ospital. At nagkakaroon ng mas maraming oras sa isa't isa. At kapag nawala ang mga pagkakataong ito, tuluyan na silang mawawala. Hindi nyo na maibabalik pa. Hindi nyo na maibabalik ang lupang ito sa loob ng 20 taon at magpasyang magtayo ng abot kayang pabahay sa hinaharap. Hindi nyo masasabi sa mga pamilyang nahihirapan na maghintay pa ng 1 dekada habang inaaprobahan ngayon ang mas maraming luxury development. Ang mga pamilya ay nasa kanilang hangganan na. Ang mga tao ay pagod na. Ang mga tao ay umaalis na sa Vancouver dahil hindi nila kayang manatili. At para sa amin na nanatili, marami at ang nagsasakripisyo ng mahalagang bahagi ng aming buhay para lamang mabuhay dito sa Vancouver.
You are
Sorry,
choosing whether
Speaker
children growing up with
Rowena,
health challenges get
apologies
to
for the
live close
interruption.
to the care.
Apologies for the interruption, but we are at the 10-minute mark, so we'll need to leave it there. Thanks for calling.
Can I finish this last really important line that Rowena wanted to reiterate?
Unfortunately, we have to be fair to all of our speakers, and we did allocate you 10 minutes, so we'll have to go to the next speaker. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thanks for calling. Speaker 83, Christina Benzi.
Yes.
Hi, Christina. Please go ahead.
Good evening to Mayor and Council. My name is Christina. I'm here to oppose this proposal at 888 Canby Street. So I work in Vancouver. I split my time between downtown, and then I also work at the airport. Like many working people in this region, my days are built around commuting because living anywhere near my work is just completely out of reach financially. So every day I spend hours traveling back and forth just to make it to work and home again, and I'm far from alone. Many of my coworkers have been pushed further and further away from Vancouver because of housing costs. People are commuting in every day from Surrey, Langley, Port Coquitlam, Maple Ridge, and even further. So we're spending hundreds of dollars every month on gas, parking, car maintenance, and I know some of my coworkers are waking up before sunrise just to make it to work on time because they can't afford to live in the city where they're working and they're supporting the business industry they're here. The frustrating thing is it does not have to be this way. As a city, we keep talking about affordability, but then when projects like this come forward, affordable housing somehow disappears from the conversation. So I saw that this proposal includes like 246 hotel rooms and 165 market rental units, but no affordable housing. And with the housing crisis that we're in, I got to ask, how can it be possible that the council will approve any redevelopment that includes rental housing, but not any affordable units for working people to afford to live in and raise their families? There's no non-market housing, no below-market housing in this proposal, and nothing that would allow actual working-class people to live close to where they work in the city where they work. And after all, we all know what, market rent means in downtown Vancouver now. Studios renting for over $2,300 a month, 2 bedrooms nearing $3,000, which isn't affordable for any ordinary worker. The people who keep this city functioning every single day are being forced out. And every time council approves another luxury project like this, you're shaping the future of this city. Every single redevelopment proposal, that's a block of land that is not going to be affordable housing anytime in the next, 100 years. So it's a lost opportunity and basically a present that you're giving to developers who are making so much money off of these proposals. Council has already approved thousands of hotel rooms across the city, with thousands more still planned. Meanwhile, workers are commuting 2 to 3 hours a day. We cannot live in hotel rooms. We need affordable housing, or else people are just going to keep being pushed to the margins. And that should be setting alarm bells off for everybody in this room. This proposal also gives the developer a massive density increase from 5.0 to 19.5 FSR, while offering very little meaningful public benefit in return. I saw that the community amenity contribution is only around, 1.38 million, which, on the scale of projects like this is not much. It doesn't go very far to actually building things that this community needs. And at the same time, huge portions of the hotel are being excluded from the calculations used to determine those contributions, which to me makes no sense. So the public gives away enormous land value, but the city receives less funding for affordable housing, childcare, parks, libraries, and community spaces. This is not a fair deal for any Vancouver resident. And honestly, I think people are tired of hearing that we just need to keep approving luxury development and affordability will just somehow appear. We've been hearing that for years, but affordability in this city has only gotten worse. And the reality is simple. When affordable housing is not required, developers will build what makes them the most money. And right now is the time when you as a council has the most leverage to actually demand meaningful affordability, and you're letting it pass you by without actually getting anything, or very much of anything, from this developer. So, instead we're going to be getting another project that does not meaningfully address the affordability crisis at all.
Another thing as well is I'm concerned about the heritage implications of this project. Even the city's own staff report says demolition or reconstruction of heritage buildings during rezoning is usually not supportable. So, once again, exceptions are being made because hotel development has become the priority. When are working people going to be your priority? When is affordable housing going to be your priority? It seems like whenever something concerning the working class or affordable housing is,
Sorry,
before
Speaker,
you, everyone's really considered about.
we are
Sorry?
at time. We are at time. Thanks for calling to speak to council. Speaker number 84, Anika Anderson.
Hello?
Hi, is that Anika?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. Anika, I just need to ask for procedural reasons if you're a resident of Vancouver.
I am not. I work in Vancouver.
Okay, thanks. Please go ahead.
Hi. I am in opposition to this proposal. I am a paramedic who works in Vancouver and cannot afford to live in Vancouver because of the lack of affordable housing and the obscene high price of market rentals in Vancouver. This city council proceeds to cancel projects like SROs, like safe injection sites close to St. Paul's Hospital, yet will allow luxury hotels to be built in an unaffordable city with an endangeringly large amount of overdose crisis, of an endangered homeless population, and people being pushed out further from this city. They're my coworkers who have worked in Vancouver for decades for leaving to go to places like Hope, to go to the Sunshine Coast, to buy farms up north in cities that can support them, because this city is not supporting first responders, not supporting the people that actually decide to work and live in the city. If we could afford it, people would be living here, but we are being forced further and further away from the city and not being able to live in the city itself. I have saved countless lives. I've worked the heat dome, the opioid crisis, and COVID-19, and still I cannot afford to live in Vancouver or sustain myself in Vancouver. Proposing things like this luxury hotel without trying to compensate the city, the populace, is insurmountably negligent. It is causing people to be pushed out. It is causing people to be left on the streets. It is not allowing the city to be built up how it needs to be. You are not asking for any compensation from these developers to push for SROs, to push for more safe injection sites, to push for anything that would actually support the city and support your community. We find ourselves being pushed out more and more, and it's just not acceptable to be. That's all I have.
Okay, thanks. Speaker 85, Robert Demand.
Shine. I want to speak in opposition to this project at Canby and Smythe. I'm joining a long list of people that have cited the lack of affordability in this particular project. The Canby project fails to be able to address the needs of average working families here in Vancouver. I was going to speak particularly to the tens of thousands of service workers that are here in the city, but my comments are applicable to my friends who are working in healthcare. Really appreciated hearing from our brother from the paramedics. City and public service workers share these kinds of concerns, and overwhelmingly from anyone, I'm a 60-year-old man, but when I talk to my coworkers who are in their 20s and 30s, they're being pushed out of the city, and I have real concerns about what that's going to do to the larger community. When it comes to the tens of thousands of service workers in Vancouver, most earn an average income of about $60,000 to $65,000 a year, and for the lucky few, they can do that with one job. For most, they are working multiple jobs to achieve that. this project talks about having 165 to 180 market rent 165 to 180 units of rentals at market rate. And with that, it's certainly not affordable for people here in the city. When we look at the city's own report and they talk about average market rentals, a two-bedroom at close to $4,000 a month, it talks about needing a down payment of $152,000 on average. So when we just start to think about that, it absolutely prices out service workers, most of the public sector. People are not able to stay and work in the community, live in the community that they work. When we start to look at that $60,000 a year for an average service worker, their families are going to be pushed out of the city. In order for them to be able to afford to live here, the kinds of wages we'd end up talking about, I know the developer, when asked about affordability and how that related to opening up a hotel of 240 rooms, he said, well, that's going to have to be linked with wages and our compensation. But if you start to look at, a one-bedroom with a down payment of $106,000 a year, it's going to cost, a worker would need to be making $53 an hour. That's what it would take for a hotel worker to be able to work at that project and to think about being able to live in that particular building, which we think should be common sense. If they wanted to be in a two-bedroom at $152,000 for a down payment, they need to earn $76 an hour. I don't believe that in 2028, when they break ground and when they open up the hotel after that they're going to be paying $53 to $76 an hour. Something is just wrong here with the whole equation. What we need are non-market and below-market rentals that are available to the service and public sector workers that make Vancouver run, that bring the diversity and the character that we see in current neighborhoods, but without really affordable housing, we are going to push more and more people out. As a father, my concern is I don't believe that my son is going to be able to live in the city that he was born in. And I know many people have spoken today about that exact experience. And that's not acceptable. I want my son to be able to enjoy all the things that are great about Vancouver, but he could never get into any kind of affordable housing if we're pushing forward projects like this one in Cambie and Smythe. It just doesn't make the grade. It doesn't provide for affordable housing, and it's desperately needed.
You're over time, so appreciate you calling in and for your comments. Speaker number 86, Aaron Oli.
Speaker 86 has withdrawn.
Okay, thank you. That is the end of our speakers list. If there's any additional speakers in the chamber, please come forward to the podium. Not seeing anyone coming forward. Clerk, are there any additional speakers on the line?
Chair, we do have additional speakers on the line, starting with registered speaker number 7.
Okay, we can go to them now. Registered speaker 7 is Xiao Li Tang. Are they on the line?
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Hi there.
Yes, this is Ali Tan speaking.
Please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and the Council. My name is Xiaoli Tan, and I'm here tonight to oppose this proposal at Cambie Street. I work as a housekeeper at Hyatt Alberni, downtown Vancouver, as a housekeeper room attendant. I work very hard, and every day after my work, I got many pain, like exhausted. And I hear many people speakers talk in front of me. They said the living cost is very expensive. So same to me. I spend a lot of money rent a place. I cannot afford in downtown. I have to live in Burnaby and travel commuting hours and hours. So today I think lots of people already talking about the reason why we oppose. So I'm not going to repeat about that. So I'm asking council to think about this. It's really like going to build for this project, because this proposal will help developers, not for our workers like me, like a cook, maybe like a laundry people, or like kind of like a waitress, or people like us. So maybe it's only good for the builder and the investor people. So that's why I'm asking council to think about that. Thank you for that. That's all.
Okay, thank you for calling. Speaker, I understand on the line is Speaker 29, Wilma Ayog.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Wilma and I live in Burnaby and work as a room attendant in Vancouver. Like many hotel workers, I live outside the city because housing costs in Vancouver are completely out of reach for hospitality wages. Downtown rents are now averaging around $2,300 for a tiny 369 square foot studio apartment, $2,650 for a one-bedroom, and nearly $3,800 for a two-bedroom apartment. Those numbers are impossible for ordinary hotel workers. And that is why this proposal is a problem. Council is being asked to approve another hotel development and another set of market rental units during one of the worst affordability crises Vancouver has ever experienced. But these market rentals are not affordable for workers like me. They are not affordable for the people already cleaning rooms, checking in guests, cooking meals, or maintaining hotels across the city. I think council needs to ask itself a serious question tonight. Who exactly is Vancouver being built for? Because from where many workers stand, it feels like this city is increasingly being designed for the wealthy, while working people are expected to simply accept longer commutes and declining quality of life. At work, people are exhausted from commuting hours every day because they cannot afford rent nearby. Workers are cutting back on groceries and other essentials just to survive. Some are considering leaving Metro Vancouver altogether. And honestly, I don't blame them. The issue facing the city is not a hotel shortage. The issue is affordability. Why expand the hotel industry while the workers expected to support the industry cannot afford to live anywhere close to their jobs? Hotels do not operate on their own. Tourism depends on workers. Without front desk staffs, cleaners, kitchen workers, maintenance staffs, and servers, the hotel industry simply does not function. But workers are increasingly being pushed farther away because wages are nowhere close to matching housing costs. I believe council should be prioritizing genuinely affordable housing instead of continuing to approve developments that mainly benefit developers while workers continue struggling to survive. Because the people affected by these decisions are the workers helping keep Vancouver running every day. We matter too. Please reject this proposal and focus instead on creating housing that ordinary working people can actually afford. Thank you for your time.
Hey, thanks for speaking to council. The next speaker that's on the line is Speaker 51, Preet Sangha. Oh, sorry, Gulzar Graywall. Pardon me.
Yeah.
Hi,
Hi, I'm here.
Gulzar.
Yeah. Hi, this is Gulzar Grewal, and I'm living in Surrey and working in Vancouver. I just came from India. I thought Vancouver is a beautiful city. I'm going to live here and grow up my family. But the Vancouver is now going nobody can afford it. Because my son, he has a computer science degree, and he living with me. He want to move Vancouver from 2 years, and he's looking for the bachelor suite is 2,500. He cannot afford it, but he's making good money. But still, it's Vancouver is so expensive. People cannot afford it, and mostly he's people 30, early 30s. They want to move from. They want to be move from their parents and want live own, but they can't. They before they say I just think they 30 before the people that is living with the parents only 13%, but now go up these days 33%. We need to if Vancouver is so expensive, people are just struggling here. They cannot afford it. We need to make people living here, and because these days grocery, gas, and bills, hydro bills, everything going so up, and it's hard to live in Vancouver. Well, I just that's why I oppose this project. I don't want to people can live poor life. They can the working people who is working in Vancouver, they can live in Vancouver. They cannot go far away. Like my friend, she working in JW, but she moved now Langley because she cannot afford close to here, and she drive every day 2-4 hours and come to work. That's getting worse and worse. People, we need to be people who want to close to work. They can live close to work here. And Vancouver, all that project they're making for the people, working people. They can live here close to work. They can spend their time with the families because they going to I work in Vancouver. 4 hours going here and there, and 8 hours work, and you have 12 hours out. What time for your family? There is nothing for the family. For the young generation, we need to think about that, not for the richest people. We make rich and we give away everything to them. We think about our coming generation, future generation, and give them they can live nicely and easy life, and they can have for the future for their kids too, because they are so frustrated. They cannot think about their they get married and they can grow their family. That's why I oppose this project. I don't want the council think about that for the future of the people, not future of the some few people give away all that to the rich people and they become more rich. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for calling. Now we'll go to speaker 52, Preet Sangha.
Hello.
Hi, is that Preet?
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
I'm going to be the translator for the Preet.
Okay, and understand from the clerks that you will be allocated 10 minutes for the translator.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep, so please go ahead.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council ਨੂੰ ਮੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਹੈਗਾ ਆ ਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਮੈਂ ਅੱਜ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ to oppose the project at 888-896 Canby. ਮੈਂ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਹੀ ਹੋਈ ਹਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਸਕੂਲ ਗਈ ਸੀ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਕੂਲ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਕੈਂਬੀ ਐਂਡ ਬ੍ਰੌਡਵੇ ਦੇ ਲਾਗੇ ਸੀਗਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ ਜੌਬ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਡਾਊਨਟਾਊਨ ਸੀਗਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਮੈਂ 16 ਸਾਲਾਂ ਦੀ ਸੀ when ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਲਈ ਸਿਰਫ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੀ ਥਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ ਇਹ ਉਹ ਸਿਟੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਮੈਂ ਪਲੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਪਰ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਸਿਟੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਅਫੋਰਡ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੀ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਚੇਤਾ ਆ ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਛੋਟੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਕਿ ਮੇਰੇ ਪੇਰੈਂਟਸ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਸਿਟੀ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਮੂਵ ਹੋਣਾ ਆ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਹ ਸਿਟੀ ਬਾਹਲੀ ਐਕਸਪੈਂਸਿਵ ਸੀਗੀ। ਤੇ ਸਾਡੀ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਤੇ ਮੇਰੇ 2 ਭਰਾ ਸੀਗੇ, ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਨਫ ਵੱਡਾ ਘਰ ਲੈਣਾ ਨਾਮੁਮਕਿਨ ਸੀਗਾ। ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਵੀ ਕੁਛ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਦਲਿਆ। ਮੇਰੇ ਪੇਰੈਂਟਸ ਨੇ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ ਫਰੈਂਡਸ ਆਪਣਾ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਛ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਚੂਜ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਮੂਵ ਆਊਟ ਹੋਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ। ਹੁਣ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਆ ਜਦੋਂ ਦੇ ਮੈਂ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਰਹਿ ਰਹੀ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਹਰ ਰੋਜ਼ ਮੈਂ 3 ਘੰਟੇ ਗੱਡੀ ਚਲਾ ਕੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਘਰੇ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹਾਂ। half an hour each way। ਮੇਰੇ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਹੀ ਘੰਟੇ ਗੁਆਚ ਕੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਟ੍ਰੈਫਿਕ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੈਠੇ। ਉਹ ਟਾਈਮ ਮੈਂ ਵਾਪਸ ਕਦੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹਿ ਸਕਦੀ। ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਟਾਈਮ ਅਵੇ ਲਿਆ ਹੈਗਾ ਆ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਕੂਲ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਲਿਆ ਹੈਗਾ ਆ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਸਕੂਲ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਸੀ ਬਟ ਕਰਕੇ ਡਰਾਈਵ ਬਹੁਤ ਲੰਬੀ ਪੈਂਦੀ ਆ। ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੀ, ਮੈਂ ਵੋਲੰਟੀਅਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੀ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਸ਼ਿਫਟ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਲਈ ਖਾਣਾ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਾ ਸਕਦੀ। ਤੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੇਰੀ ਮਜਬੂਰੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਸਾਲਾਂ ਦੀ ਲੱਭ ਰਹੀ ਹਾਂ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਹਿਣ ਵਾਲੀ ਥਾਂ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਅਫੋਰਡ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੀ ਹਾਂ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਬਜਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ। ਬਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੀ ਵੇਟ ਲਿਸਟ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਪਾਓ ਉੱਥੇ ਵਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ। ਜਿੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਜਾਓ ਉੱਥੇ ਸੋਲਡ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਆ ਜਾਂ ਰੈਂਟਲ ਯੂਨਿਟ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਲਏ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ। ਤੇ ਜੇ ਕਿਤੇ ਹੋਰ ਜਾਓ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਰੈਂਟ ਵਾਲੀ ਯੂਨਿਟ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਜਾਂ ਕੋਆਪ ਵਾਲੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ, ਜੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਜਾਓ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਜਾਓ ਨੋਰਮਲ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਘਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਤੇ ਬਾਹਰ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ, ਮੇਰੀ ਇਨਕਮ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਬਾਹਰ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ। ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਇਕੱਲੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ, ਮੇਰੇ ਫਰੈਂਡ ਤੇ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ ਸਾਰੇ 60 ਤੋਂ 80% ਜੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਇਨਕਮ ਵਰਤਦੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਰੈਂਟ ਪੇ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ। ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਗਰੋਸਰੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਤੇ ਗੈਸ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਕੋਈ ਪੈਸਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਚਦਾ। ਕਈਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਗੱਡੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਵੇਚਣੀ ਪਈ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹ ਗੈਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਅਫੋਰਡ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਤੇ ਸੇਵਿੰਗਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲੇ, ਸੋ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਡੀ ਵੇਚ ਕੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਸੇਵਿੰਗਸ ਬਣਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ ਫਿਰ। ਪਰ ਗੱਡੀ ਵੀ ਕਈਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਆ, ਸੋ ਇਹ ਮਜਬੂਰੀ ਆ। ਕਈ ਜਾਣੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਵਾਂਗੂ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਟਾਰਟ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ, ਵਿਆਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਬਿਕਾਜ਼ ਇੱਕ ਬੈਡਰੂਮ ਦਾ ਕੌਂਡੋ ਲੈਣਾ ਵੀ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਿਲ ਆ, ਫੈਮਿਲੀ ਗਰੋ ਕਰਨੀ ਤਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਹੁਣ ਸਰੀ, ਲੈਂਗਲੀ, ਮੇਪਲਰਿਜ ਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਵੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ। ਈਵਨ ਦੋ ਸਾਡੀ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਈਆਂ, ਸਾਡਾ ਕੰਮ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਛ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈਗਾ ਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਔਖੇ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਪਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੈਲਥੀ ਡਿਵੈਲਪਰਸ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੈਲਥੀ ਲੋਕ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਇਹ ਸਿਟੀ ਹੁਣ ਬਣ ਚੁੱਕੀ ਆ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਮੇਅਰ ਐਂਡ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਡਿਸੀਜਨਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਲਈਆਂ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਆ। ਤਾਂ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰਪੋਜ਼ਲ ਹੈਗਾ 888-896 ਕੈਂਬੀ ਤੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਲਈ ਬਹੁਤ ਅਪਸੈਟਿੰਗ ਆ। ਇਹ 29 ਸਟੋਰੀ ਦੀ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਆ, 246 ਹੋਟਲ ਰੂਮ ਤੇ 165 ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਰੈਂਟਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਯੂਨਿਟ ਆ ਗਾਂ ਲਿਆਂਦੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਇਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਐਂਡ ਦੇयर ਇਜ਼ ਨਾਟ ਇੱਕ ਵੀ ਯੂਨਿਟ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਂ ਅਫੋਰਡ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੀ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਥੋੜੇ ਅਮਾਊਂਟਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਇਨਫ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਲਾਈਨਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਲੱਗੀਆਂ ਆ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਅਫੋਰਡੇਬਲ ਹਾਊਸਿੰਗ ਲੈਣ ਦੇ ਲਈ। ਇਹਦੇ ਲਈ ਆਪਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਹੈਰੀਟੇਜ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਵੀ ਢਾਹ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਆਪਣੀ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ, ਆਪਣੀ ਸਿਟੀ ਦੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਪਾਰਟ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ। ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਸਿਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਬਲਿਕ ਵੈਲਿਊ ਕੀ ਆ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਡਿਵੈਲਪਰ ਜਿਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮਲਟੀਪਲ $million ਬਣਾਉਣੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਸਿਰਫ 1.38 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਹੀ ਲਿਆ ਹੈਗਾ ਆ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਅਮੈਨਿਟੀ ਕੰਟਰੀਬਿਊਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿ ਇੰਨੇ ਪੈਸਿਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਹੀ ਇੱਕ ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਣਾ ਸਕੋਗੇ। ਮੈਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਮੇਅਰ ਐਂਡ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਇਹ ਨੰਬਰ ਸੁਣਨ। $1.38 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਐਕਸਚੇਂਜ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ 29 ਸਟੋਰੀ ਟਾਵਰ ਪਬਲਿਕ ਲੈਂਡ ਵੈਲਿਊ ਤੇ। ਉੱਥੇ ਤਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਡੇ ਕੇਅਰ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਊਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਫੋਰਡੇਬਲ ਹਾਊਸਿੰਗ ਹੋਊਗੀ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਊਗੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਰੀਟੇਜ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੂਜ਼ ਕਰਨੀ ਆ। ਐਂਡ ਇਹਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਵੀ ਨੋ ਦੈਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਜਨਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਡਾਊਨਟਾਊਨ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਆ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ 90,000 ਤੋਂ $1.5 ਲੱਖ ਸਾਲ ਦਾ ਬਣਾਉਣਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਆ ਫੁੱਲ ਟਾਈਮ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਕੇ ਚਾਹੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ 2-3 ਜੌਬਾਂ ਆ ਤਾਂ ਹੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਰੈਂਟ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਯੂਨਿਟ ਇੱਥੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਫਰੈਂਡ ਸਾਰੇ ਫੁੱਲ ਟਾਈਮ ਵਰਕ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਜਾਂ 2-3 ਜੌਬਾਂ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਪਰ ਫਿਰ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਇਹ ਮੁਮਕਿਨ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਕੀ ਕੁਛ ਅਸੀਂ ਹੋਰ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਅਪਰੂਵ ਕਰਦੇ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਲਈ ਆ ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੇ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ 246 ਹੋਟਲ ਰੂਮ ਸਾਫ਼ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੋਟਲਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਸਾਫ਼ ਕਰਦੇ ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਅਫੋਰਡ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਉਹ ਕੁੱਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੇ ਉਹ ਸਰਵਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੇ ਉਹ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਗਾਰਡ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੇ ਉਹ ਫਰੰਟ ਸਟਾਫ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੇ ਉਹ ਮੈਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਗੁਆਂਢੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੇ ਤੇ ਹਜ਼ਾਰਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਯੰਗ ਨਿਆਣੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਆਵਰਸ ਡਰਾਈਵ ਕਰਦੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਉਣ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਕਾਜ਼ ਹਰ ਰੋਜ਼ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਮੋਰੇ ਲਿਆਂਦਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਆ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੋਈ ਅਫੋਰਡੇਬਲ ਹਾਊਸਿੰਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਪਰ ਲੱਖਾਂ ਹੀ ਮਿਲੀਅਨਸ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ ਕਿਸੇ 1-2 ਬੰਦੇ ਦੀ ਜੇਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਰ ਸਾਲ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰਪੋਜ਼ਲ ਲਿਆਂਦੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ ਵਿਦ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਅਫੋਰਡੇਬਲ ਹਾਊਸਿੰਗ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਡਿਸੀਜਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਵੀ ਕੌਣ ਰਹੂਗਾ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਜੰਮਪਲ ਆ ਉਹ ਰਹਿਣਗੇ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਲੋਕ ਇਮੀਗ੍ਰੈਂਟ ਹੋਏ ਉਹ ਰਹਿਣਗੇ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਮਿਲੀਅਨਸ ਐਂਡ ਮਿਲੀਅਨਸ ਆ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਕਿਸ ਹਿੱਸੇ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਰਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ ਜਾਂ ਕਿਸ ਹਿੱਸੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਰਟੀ ਹੋਣਗੀਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਆ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕਿ 10 ਆਵਰ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਮਿਊਟ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਇਹ ਠੀਕ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਇਹ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਦੱਸਣ ਦੇ ਆ ਡਿਵੈਲਪਰ ਨੂੰ ਕਿ ਡੈਂਸਿਟੀ ਐਂਡ ਸਪੀਡ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਅਪਰੂਵ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਛੇਤੀ ਪਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਮੰਗਾਂ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕੀ ਸਟਰੀਟਾਂ ਤੇ ਫਿਰਦੇ ਆ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਜੌਬ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਹਾਊਸਿੰਗ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਲਈ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੁਛ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਮੈਂ ਥੱਕ ਚੁੱਕੀ ਹਾਂ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਸੁਣ ਕੇ ਹਾਊਸਿੰਗ ਸਪਲਾਈ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਸੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਹੈਗਾ ਆ ਇਹ ਸਪਲਾਈ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਲਈ ਬਣ ਰਹੀ ਆ ਹੋਟਲ ਰੂਮ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਲਈ ਬਣ ਰਿਹਾ ਜਦ ਅਸੀਂ ਟ੍ਰੈਫਿਕ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਰ ਰੋਜ਼ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਘੰਟੇ ਵੇਟ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੋਟਲ ਰੂਮ ਟੂਰਿਸਟ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਕਾਹਤੋਂ ਪ੍ਰਾਇਓਰਟੀ ਬਣਾਈ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਆ ਜਦ ਕਿ ਹਾਊਸਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਐਸੈਂਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਵੱਲ ਧਿਆਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲਗਜ਼ਰੀ ਰੈਂਟਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਣਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ
I apologize to the
ਮੇਰੀ
speaker.
ਫਰੈਂਡ ਐਂਡ ਮੈਨੂੰ
Speaker, I just want to confirm that this is a bilingual. You're planning to speak in English as well. I hadn't heard any English for quite a little while here.
Okay. I will translate her part into the English. I just wanted to know how much time do we have?
You have a total of 10 minutes, but that's because you are using a translator. So that's just why I'm interjecting
Yeah.
to ensure that the comments
Sure.
are in both languages. You have a minute and a half left.
Okay, sure. So I'm just going to translate what she's saying. Good evening, Mayor and Councillor. My name is Priyat. I am here today to say I strongly oppose the proposal at 888-896 Canby. I was raised in Vancouver. I went to elementary school near Canby and Broadway. I got my first job downtown when I was 16 years of age. Vancouver isn't just where I work, it's where I am from. But right now, I cannot afford to live in a city that raised me. I remember when I was young, my parents had to leave the city, leave their friends and family, because things were getting so expensive and we could not purchase a whole house for our growing family. Nothing had changed. For the past several years, I have been commuting 3 hours a day to get to the job here in downtown Vancouver, an hour and a half each way. I have lost thousands of hours to traffic. That's time I don't get back with my family. Time I cannot use to go back to school or volunteer or even thus decompress after the shift. And I do it because I have no choice. I have been searching for affordable housing in Vancouver for years now. I am on every wait list.
Sorry to
I
interrupt,
qualify
Speaker. I appreciate the English translation, but we are at time. So thank you for calling in this afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, have a good night. Speaker 56, I understand is on the line. Pat Deep Tundi.
Hello.
Hi, is that Pat Deep?
Yes.
Hi, so you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, can I speak Punjabi? Hello?
Just a moment while I confer with the clerks. Speaker, just a moment. Hi there. Do you have a separate translator with you currently?
No.
Okay, so you are able to speak in either English or Punjabi for up to 5 minutes. If you had a translator with you, then you could speak for 10, but since you don't, feel free to speak in whatever language you prefer for up to 5 minutes.
ਮੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਪ੍ਰਦੀਪ ਥਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਅੱਜ ਬੋਲ ਰਹੀ ਹਾਂ ਕਰਕੇ ਕੈਂਬੀ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਹੁਣ ਬਣਨ ਲੱਗਾ ਆ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਬੋਲਦੀ ਹਾਂ। ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਮੈਂ ਹਰ ਰੋਜ਼ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੰਮ ਤੇ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹਾਂ। ਮੈਂ ਰਿਚਮੰਡ 20 ਸਾਲ ਤੋਂ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੀ ਹਾਂ। ਮੈਂ ਰੋਜ਼ 2 ਘੰਟੇ ਡਰਾਈਵ ਕਰਕੇ ਬੈਕ ਐਂਡ ਫੋਰਥ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹਾਂ। ਸਾਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਚੰਗਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਰਹੀਏ। ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਆ, ਡਾਊਨਟਾਊਨ ਵੀ ਵਧੀਆ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਆ, ਪਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਅਫੋਰਡ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ। ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਅਫੋਰਡ ਕਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਹੈ। ਭਾਵੇਂ ਮੈਂ 6 ਦਿਨ ਵੀ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੀ ਹਾਂ, ਮੇਰੇ ਹਸਬੈਂਡ ਵੀ 5-6 ਦਿਨ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਨ। ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ 3 ਬੇਟੀਆਂ ਹਨ, ਇੱਕ ਟੀਚਰ ਹੈ। ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਹਾਰਡ ਟਾਈਮ ਦੇਖਣਾ ਪਿਆ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਉਣ ਲਈ ਵੀ। ਉਸ ਦੀ ਫੀਸ ਦੇਣ ਲਈ ਬਹੁਤ ਹਾਰਡ ਟਾਈਮ ਦੇਖਣਾ ਪਿਆ। ਮੇਰੀ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਛੋਟੀ ਬੱਚੀ ਨਰਸ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੇ ਲਈ ਵੀ ਹਾਰਡ ਟਾਈਮ ਦੇਖਣਾ ਪਿਆ। ਤੀਜੀ ਬੱਚੀ ਮੇਰੀ ਹਾਈ ਸਕੂਲ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਮੇਰੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਵੀ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਹੀਏ, ਪਰ ਰੈਂਟ ਅਫੋਰਡੇਬਿਲਟੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਜੋ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਹੁਣ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਉਹ ਅਫੋਰਡ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਰਹਿ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਇੰਨਾ ਮਹਿੰਗਾ ਹੋਇਆ, ਅਫੋਰਡੇਬਿਲਟੀ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ ਗੀ। ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਬਣ ਲੱਗਾ ਆ, ਇਹ ਹੋਟਲ ਬਣਨਾ ਇੱਥੇ ਐਡਾ ਵੱਡਾ, ਮੈਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਹਾਂ। ਅਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਟਲ ਦਾ ਰੂਮ ਰੈਂਟ ਕਰਕੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ। ਮੈਂ 20 ਸਾਲ ਤੋਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੋਟਲ 'ਚ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੀ ਹਾਂ। ਜੇ ਮੈਂ ਕਹਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਹੋਟਲ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੈਂਟ 'ਤੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਰਹਿ ਲਵਾਂ, ਪਰ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਲਈ ਹਾਰਡ ਆ। ਇਹ ਹੋਟਲ ਬਣਨੇ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਲਈ ਆ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਸਮਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਦੀ। ਸਿਟੀ ਹਾਲ ਵਾਲੇ ਇਹ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਬੱਸਾਂ ਚਲਾਉਣੀਆਂ ਚਾਹੀਦੀਆਂ ਆ, ਸਕਾਈ ਟ੍ਰੇਨਾਂ ਚਲਾਉਣੀਆਂ ਚਾਹੀਦੀਆਂ ਆ, ਫਿਰ ਹੀ ਐਡੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਲੈਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਆ। ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਡਿਵੈਲਪਰ ਆ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਰਿਚ ਕਰੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਤੁਸੀਂ। ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਿਡਲ ਕਲਾਸ ਦੇ ਆ, ਸਾਡਾ ਤਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਬੁਰਾ ਹਾਲ ਹੋਇਆ ਪਿਆ ਇੱਥੇ। ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਯੰਗ ਜਨਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕੀ ਬਣੂਗਾ? ਯੰਗ ਬੱਚੇ ਆ ਮੇਰੀਆਂ ਬੇਟੀਆਂ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਭਵਿੱਖ ਬਾਰੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਫਿਕਰ ਆ। ਉਹਦੇ ਲਈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਲਈ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਕੁ ਚਿੰਤਾ ਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਕੀ ਕਰ ਸਕੀਏ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਲਈ। ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਤਾਂ ਹੁਣ ਗਰੋਸਰੀ ਵੀ ਲੈਣ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ, ਗਰੋਸਰੀ ਇੰਨੀ ਮਹਿੰਗੀ ਆ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਉਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਛ ਚੱਕਣਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਆ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਵੀ ਸਰ ਜਾਣਾ ਆ, ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਚੱਕੀਏ ਜਾਂ ਨਾ ਚੱਕੀਏ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਵੱਲ ਦੇਖ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਈ ਵਾਰ ਉਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਛੱਡ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਵਿਚਾਰੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਮਾਂ ਇੰਨੀ ਮਹਿੰਗਾਈ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਹੁਣ ਸਰੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਾਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਆ ਇੱਥੇ। ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਹੋਈਏ ਅਸੀਂ ਬੱਸ ਵੀ ਲੈ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਬੱਸ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੰਮ 'ਤੇ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਬੱਸ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੰਮ ਤੋਂ ਵਾਪਸ ਆ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਅਤੇ ਜੇ ਹੁਣ ਅਸੀਂ ਬੱਸ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਸਾਨੂੰ 2 ਘੰਟੇ ਜਾਣ ਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਆ, 2 ਘੰਟੇ ਵਾਪਸ ਘਰ ਨੂੰ ਆਉਣ ਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਆ। ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਆ 4 ਘੰਟੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਬਿਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕਦੇ। ਆਪਣੀ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੱਖ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ 4-4 ਘੰਟੇ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਡਰਾਈਵ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ 8 ਘੰਟੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੰਮ 'ਤੇ ਲਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਅਸੀਂ 12 ਘੰਟੇ ਬਾਹਰ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਸਾਡਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਦਿਲ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਰਹੀਏ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਵਿੱਚ। ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਸੋਹਣਾ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਹੈ, ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਸੋਹਣਾ ਹੀ ਬਣਾਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਆ, ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਸੋਹਣਾ ਬਣਾਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਆ, ਨਾ ਕਿ ਹੋਟਲ ਬਣਾਉਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਆ ਹੋਰ ਉੱਥੇ। ਜਿੱਥੇ ਇੰਨਾ ਕਰਾਊਡ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕੁਛ ਵੀ ਚੱਲਣਾ ਫਿਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਲ ਹੈ। ਗੱਡੀਆਂ ਪਾਰਕ ਲਾਉਣੀਆਂ ਕਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਔਖੀਆਂ, ਹਰ ਥਾਂ ਮੀਟਰ ਲੱਗੇ ਆ, ਗੱਡੀਆਂ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਕੋਈ ਪਾਰਕ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ ਆ। ਜਿੰਨੇ ਹੋਟਲ ਬਣਨੇ ਆ ਓਨੀ ਹੋਰ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਡਾਊਨਟਾਊਨ 'ਚ ਵਧਣੀ ਆ। ਇਹਦੇ ਬਦਲੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਗਰੋਸਰੀ ਚੀਪ ਵਾਲੇ ਸਟੋਰ ਖੋਲ੍ਹਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਆ, ਸਹਾਇਤਾ ਦੇਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਬਣਦੀਆਂ ਆ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਰਕਰ ਤਾਂ ਵਿਚਾਰੇ
Sorry
ਹੋਟਲਾਂ
to
ਵਾਲੇ
interrupt
ਵੀ
you,
ਬਸ
speaker.
ਵਰਕਰ ਹੀ ਰਹਿ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ।
Sorry, speaker. Sorry for the interruption. We are at time. Thank you for speaking to council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 59, Kieran G. Dillon. Do we have Kieran G. on the line?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. My name is Karen, and I am working in the Radisson Blue Hotel for 26 years, and I live in Surrey, and I take more than 1 hour to go to work and 1 hour to come back home. I want to live in Vancouver, so I can take only 15-20 minutes to go to work, but I can't. I cannot afford it because it's really, really expensive. Middle class cannot afford Vancouver anymore because the rent is so high, grocery and everything is going up and up every day. So many people leaving Vancouver and going somewhere else. They are moving somewhere else because of the expensive city. So I am totally against of this project. So when we go grocery shopping, the people in Vancouver and everywhere, and they check, they buy the lower quality food, the cheaper, the same thing. They are looking for these things. And back of years in Vancouver, we do not do that. But the city needs to be affordable for middle class too. Should not be for the rich people. And I am told this project should not be passed. Everybody is against of this project because the middle class has not any affordability in these days. So do something for the taxpayers, the middle class people, the residents of Vancouver. Not everything for the tourists, for the rich people. So please, according to me, this project should not be passed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for calling. We'll now go to speakers 64, Lian Sheng Lin. Do we have that speaker on the line?
Hello.
Hi, is this
Can you
Lian?
hear me? Yeah, Lian.
Hi, please go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm speaking tonight as hospitality worker and the union member who represent workers struggling to survive in this city. I'm here to oppose this proposal because I think it represents a broader failure in how we are approaching development and affordability in Vancouver. Workers are being asked to accept more and more sacrifice while developers continue receiving enormous benefits from rezoning and rising land values. And people are reaching a breaking point. I talk to workers every day across the hospitality industry, housekeepers, kitchen staff, front desk workers, maintenance workers, servers, security staff. These are people working full-time jobs in one of the wealthiest cities in North America, and yet many of them cannot afford basic stability. Many workers are living paycheck to paycheck despite working constantly. Some are sharing crowded houses with multiple families under one roof because rent has become impossible. Others are commuting several hours a day because they have been pushed out of the Vancouver entirely. And the situation keeps getting worse. Workers are not seeing the benefit of all the development. They are seeing higher rents, longer commutes, more financial stress, and less security about the future. This is why proposals like this are so frustrating. Another luxury hotels, another market rate development, another project that will generate enormous profits while providing little meaningful relief to workers who actually keep this city functioning. We keep hearing that growth is good for everyone, but working people are asking a very simple question now. When do we actually see the benefits? Because right now, workers feel like they are crying the cost of this city's growth without sharing in any of the rewards. And I think council need to understand how serious that frustration has become. There is growing sense among ordinary people that this city is no longer being planned around human needs. It is being planned around investment opportunities. Housing is treated like a community first and place for people to live second. And consequences of that approach are visible everywhere. Workers delaying having children because they cannot afford space for a family. Young people giving up on the idea of ownership entirely. Seniors afraid of losing their housing after decades in their communities. Entire generations feeling like stability is slipping further out of reach no matter how hard they work. That is not healthy for a city. In my family, 6 people worked hard for years, saved and pulled out money to finally achieve our dream of owning a house. It shouldn't be that hard to finally own a roof over our heads, but that's the reality. And yet, development continue moving forward with affordability threats as a afterthought. That is what concerns me most about this proposal. If council is considering granting additional value to private developers through rezoning and approvals, then the public should receive something meaningful in return. That means real affordable housing, not units that are technically renting but priced completely out of reach of ordinary workers. Not vague promises about filtering affordability years from now. Real affordability tied to real incomes because workers are tied to being told to wait. Wait for the market to correct itself. Wait for supply to lower prices. Wait for affordability to trickle down. Meanwhile, rents rise
Sorry to the
immediately.
speaker. Sorry for the interruption, but you are at time. So thank you for calling.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for calling. We'll now go to speaker 60, Naya Holers. Oh, not 60? Oh, pardon me, Cindy Jane Magabanya. Is Cindy on the line? Cindy Jane?
Just checking the line, Chair.
Thanks.
One moment. They may have dropped off.
Hello?
Hi, is that Cindy Jane?
Yes, this
Hi.
is Cindy.
Hi.
Good evening.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Hello, councilors. My name is Cindy Magbanwa, and I work at Vancouver International Airport. I am here because I strongly oppose this proposal. Every day, it helps support one of the busiest and most important transportation hubs in the country. Thousands of visitors pass through YVR every day, and workers like me are expected to provide excellent service, represent our city, and help keep the tourism industry running smoothly. We do that work proudly. But behind the scenes, many airport and hospitality workers are struggling just to survive in this region. I cannot afford to live in here. Many of my coworkers cannot either. Many of us are working 2 or 3 jobs just to stay afloat. We are commuting longer and longer distances because housing prices and rents have become completely disconnected from what ordinary working people earn. And that is why this proposal is so frustrating. At a time when workers are being priced out of the communities we serve, Council is likely to approve another hotel and market rental project that will do nothing for affordability. Units won't be affordable for airport workers, cleaners, food service workers, security staff, and others who keep Vancouver's tourism economy functioning every day. We keep hearing about the need to support tourism, but supporting tourism should also mean supporting tourism workers. Because the reality is simple. If workers cannot afford to live here, they leave. And when enough workers leave, industries can find workers. Staffing shortages grow. Service quality suffers. Burnout increases. That hurts everyone. I already see this happening around me. Coworkers are moving farther away every year because they have no other option. Some are considering leaving the lower mainland entirely because they no longer believe they can build a stable future here. This city depends on frontline workers, yet too often it feels like developments are designed for investors, visitors, and higher income earners, not for the people who actually keep the city operating day to day. I also think there is something discouraging about hearing over and over again that more hotel space is urgently needed, while workers are told to simply accept impossible housing costs and exhausting commutes. Where is the urgency for us? Where is the urgency for the people working early mornings, late nights, weekends, and holidays to keep Vancouver's economy moving? Council has a choice tonight. You can continue approving projects that prioritize private, expensive housing and hotels, or you can start sending a message that working people matter in this city too. I am asking you to reject this proposal and instead focus on what Vancouver actually needs. Genuinely affordable housing for workers and residents. Thank you for your time.
Hey, thanks for calling. Speaker number 65, Marlon Selmar.
Hello.
Hi. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Councillor. I am Marlene Selmar, a resident of New Westminster. I am working in downtown Vancouver. I want to live close to my work, but I cannot afford. I strongly oppose the proposed hotel project. Vancouver is already facing a serious housing affordability crisis. Many residents, including myself, are struggling to find a stable and affordable housing in Vancouver. Building more hotels does not address this urgent need. Instead, the city should prioritize developing affordable housing for the people who live and work here. While tourism is important, it should not come at the expense of residents' ability to live in their own city. I urge the city to reconsider this project and focus on solutions that improve housing availability and affordability. Thank you.
Hey, thank you for calling. Okay, that is the end, or not the end, apologies. One moment here. Now we're going to do the third and final call for speakers. So if you wish to speak to council about this item, please call toll-free 833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and displayed during the recess. So we're now going to take a 2-minute recess for any additional speakers to call in or come forward to the podium. Okay, Clerk, do we have any speakers in the chamber on the line?
Chair, there are 2 unidentified speakers. First with phone number ending in the digits 9163.
Okay, let's go to that speaker. Hello, is this the speaker with phone number 9163?
Yeah, that's me. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'll need you to state your name, whether you support or oppose the application, and if you're a resident of Vancouver.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Acting Mayor. Good afternoon, councilors. My name is Wolfgang Wang. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I'm calling in because I support this proposal, and I'd like to refocus this public hearing on the merits of the proposal itself. I am deeply sympathetic with the previous speakers that we need affordable housing and that we need to stop pricing people out of the city. But I just don't see the through line between what they are arguing and what this public hearing is actually about. A single building at the corner of Cambie and Smythe across the street from existing hotels. This isn't replacing any housing. Nobody else proposed to build housing here. We are actually getting a big influx of housing as a result of this project. As far as I can tell, this block is currently occupied by a seafood shop, a fake eyelashes store, a private university campus, and a self-storage facility. Think about that. We have a self-storage facility in the middle of Yaletown, at the beating heart of Metro Vancouver's central business district. What a ridiculous land use when we're trying so hard to revitalize downtown and push back against the rising tide of retail vacancy rates. Bringing a new hotel and new apartments to this site brings more people downtown. Rejecting them does not. Some previous speakers described this application as extraordinary or a giveaway contrary to policy or otherwise as a breach of process. That's not true at all. The Vancouver ODP that this council is required by law to consider when making rezoning decisions defines this precinct as the business district where hotels are to be encouraged. The former downtown ODP from 1975 that Van Plan replaced also envisioned similar land uses here. That's why there's like 5 other hotels next door. This is not a deviation from policy. It is the very outcome that city policy has encouraged on Smythe Street since 1975. To turn down this rezoning because we don't like this use, despite being fully consistent with the ODP, is to cast doubt on decades of zoning that this council has long recognized as vital to the regional economy and to the success of the downtown core. Doing it with no planning, no analysis, and no consideration of the future of the Metro Core is not just unwise, it's reckless, and it's not the responsible process that the Vancouver Charter envisions. Yes, we need housing, but fighting every hotel lot by lot, regardless of the merits of the proposal itself, won't get us housing. Allowing homes of all types and tenures, including that the social housing that this council regrettably rejected earlier this year, will. As you know, Smythe Street is the off-ramp of the Canby Street Bridge, carrying heavy arterial traffic into the downtown core. It is the epitome of the grand bargain, condemning renters to noise and exhaust in the core to preserve pristine single-family home neighborhoods on the periphery. And frankly, not an ideal place for housing, although that being said, I do still support the rental component of this project, as allowing homes on arterials is the bare minimum that we should do if we want to tackle the housing crisis. If we really wanted to talk about affordable housing, though, let's end the mention-only zoning in Point Grey, in Dunbar, in Arbutus Ridge, and in Shaughnessy instead. Let's legalize social housing and co-ops by right everywhere. With the same factors that make it a subpar location for housing, make it a great place for a hotel. It's on major transportation arterials, it's next to Rogers and to BC Place, and it's in the very core of our city's downtown. I just want to reiterate, to be very, very clear, we urgently need affordable housing in the city, and we need to stop pricing people out and to allow more types of housing to be built, and not just a few towers here in the Broadway plan area and a few houses here on Canby. But rejecting this project will not create that housing. Keeping a self-storage business in Yaletown will not manifest new homes into existence. Permitting those homes, yes, even if it includes a new hotel, will. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I don't believe this site includes a self-storage building, just to confirm. We'll now go to the other speaker on the line with the phone number ending in 4078.
Hi, my name is Russell Wong. I live in Vancouver. I don't work in real estate or development. I'm calling in support of this rezoning. Many of the speakers have talked about getting pushed out of the city or having to commute for hours to get to work because of high prices and rents, which I totally understand. A young friend worked at a restaurant on Main Street in Vancouver. They had a coworker who was taking transit in from Surrey at least 1.5 hours each way. What's driving people out is the overall shortage of housing. Because we don't have enough housing, prices and rents have to rise to unbearable levels to push people out. When the city of Vancouver is reluctant to build market housing, the people who would have lived in that market housing don't vanish into thin air. They'll end up finding somewhere else to live, bidding up prices and rents for existing housing, and we get more trickle-down evictions, which is exactly what's happening right now. When there's an overall shortage of housing, the people who suffer the most are those with lower incomes, like the workers we've heard from today. The basic situation is that the city of Vancouver is the geographic center of the region with easy access to lots of jobs, so demand is highest here. But at the same time, political resistance is also highest here. Vancouver is struggling to approve a building that's less than 30 stories tall right downtown. Meanwhile, Burnaby is approving 80-story towers out at Lougheed. It's like pushing down on a balloon. Lack of housing in Vancouver results in higher prices, rents, and land values in Burnaby and Surrey. There's even high-rises out in Langley. In the last 2 or 3 years, a combination of more supply and weaker demand has resulted in higher vacancy rates and declining asking rents. Affordability is improving a little bit. I understand people looking at this project and saying, this doesn't provide any affordable housing. But what's there now also doesn't provide any affordable housing. Someone mentioned that there isn't much of a community amenity contribution, only $1.5 million or so. Part of what city staff do when negotiating community amenity contributions is look at how much money the city can take. Their job is to maximize the revenue the city gets. Market rents are coming down, which is a good thing, but that does also mean that there's less money for the city to take. The scale of the housing shortage in the city of Vancouver is immense. The city's own estimate is that we're short about 100,000 homes. Of course, building social housing, co-ops, and other forms of non-market housing will help directly, and I strongly support policies that make it easier to build them. But I would argue that in order to address the scale of the housing shortage, we also need market housing. Trying to block market housing projects is counterproductive. You end up with even more intense competition for existing housing, as people end up fighting over an unnecessarily small housing stock, and it's workers who lose out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker is Speaker 71, Lovepreet Kaur.
Hello.
Hi, is that Lovepreet?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. My name is Lovepreet and I work in the hospitality industry and I'm here to oppose this proposal. Right now, I live in Surrey and each day to get to work and I have to transit for almost 2 hours one way, including 3 buses. I would like to live in Vancouver if I could be closer to my work, but with rent prices so high, it's impossible for me right now. Like most of people in Vancouver, I have to watch where every dollar goes: groceries, transit, utilities, rent. It is a constant balancing act and there is very little room for anything to go wrong. I have made sacrifices to stay here and I know I'm not alone in that. The people I work with, my neighbors, my friends, so many of us are in the same position, juggling the same impossible math every single month, wondering how much longer we can make it work. That is the reality of Vancouver right now. And it is a reality that this council should be responding to. Instead, what I see is City Hall making it easier for developers to build what they want to build. If you approve this project tonight, it will be proof that you are willing to bend the rules to support developers and hotel owners, while ignoring the needs of regular people and workers like me. What I need, what thousands of people in this city need right now, is for council to make it easier for working people to actually live here. Would have an affordability crisis in the city. This is not a talking point. It is a daily experience for the majority of people who live and work here. And I want to be very clear about something. We don't want a hotel crisis. We are not short on places for tourists to sleep. What we are short on is housing that workers with modest income can afford. That is the gap. That is what needs to be filled, and this proposal does not fill it. I want to talk about the workers in the industry, especially because I think it exposes something important. This council has approved thousands of hotel rooms in the city, thousands, and I want to ask generally what has been done for the hospitality workers who are already here, the people making beds, washing dishes, checking guests in, keeping those hotels running. Where do they live? Are hotel rooms really more important than the workers who make them function? Because those workers were commuting from the Langley, from Port Coquitlam or Surrey like me, from whenever they could find something they could afford, which is no longer anywhere near downtown Vancouver. They are spending 2 hours on transit every day because this city housing policy has made it impossible for them to live closer to where they work. That is a failure. And approving another luxury hotel without a single affordable unit does nothing to fix it. And let us look the numbers in this proposal honestly. The project includes 165 rental units. That sounds like something, but not of those units is below market rate, not one. The average rent for 1-bedroom apartment downtown right now is like $2,500 a month. To afford that, you would need to earn over 6 figures a year. I do not earn that. Most of the people I know do not earn that. So what are those units actually for? Who is this development serving? I will ask it directly. Who are you building for? Are you building for the wealthy? Are you building for the rest of us? Because right now, this proposal is very clear. I would also want to acknowledge why this public hearing is happening today. This project will affect heritage buildings, older buildings that are the part of the history and character of the city that matters. Preserving what makes Vancouver's neighborhood distinct and human is worth fighting for. But I want to say our history is important, and so are the people who are alive right now. Trying to make a life here, both things deserve protection. We should be fighting to preserve our heritage, and we should be fighting just as hard to make sure that the average working people can afford to live in downtown Vancouver. And in every neighborhood across the city, one should not come without the other. This project does not deliver what we need, it delivers what the developer needs. It delivers rooms for tourists and units for people who are already comfortable. It does not deliver a single home for the worker who is one rent increase away from having to leave the city entirely. I'm asking you to vote no, not because development is wrong, but because this deal is wrong. The ask is too big and the return to the community is too small. If this developer wants a rezoning of this scale, they should have to earn it with real,
Sorry, speaker,
genuine,
for the interruption. You are at time, but thank you for calling council or the public hearing.
Thank
Appreciate it. Thank you. We'll now go to speaker 25, Elfina Lambertus.
Hello. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Yes. Good evening, Council. My name is Elfina. I live in Vancouver, very expensive city to live. I strongly oppose the proposal hotel project. We need more affordable housing, more than hotel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Okay, we're now going to go to speaker 46, who's on the line, Edna Natino. Is that Edna?
Hello.
Hi, Edna.
Oh, yeah. My name is Edna Natino. I'm working as a housekeeping in Holiday Inn Broadway, and I just kind of serious about those what do you call that you guys are building it for more hotel instead portable housing, because on this time, like a lot of people that they're suffering because everything is too expensive for renting a place and everything over here in Vancouver, and that's what we're trying to to get the portable house, if they can help us all those what do you call that the city of Vancouver. This is it's also hard for everybody, like you mean like people that single mother or people that they don't make enough money, and this is like too hard for all those people that they have a low income, and then that's what we're trying to get some help from the city hall, if they can help us for building a portable housing. Is that we're trying to get some help for the city of Vancouver, but I think hopefully that the city of Vancouver, they're going to how do you call that helping us, or because it is so difficult for people that are working in the low income, and then everything is kind of you cannot afford it, even though when you're renting a place like downtown and one bedroom, and it costs like almost $1,000, 2,000. Even the basement, if you're renting a place in Vancouver, it's too expensive. So that's why we cannot if you can helping us like build more portable housing. This is what we want to argue for the city hall of Vancouver. If anyway, that's what we're trying to what do you call that? We're trying to accommodate for this Vancouver City Hall. If I think we've been doing this for a couple of months already, that we're begging City Hall in Vancouver to helping us for all those building portable house for people. Instead you building more hotel, and everything here too is too expensive, like transit, like to buy the bus pass or whatever you're going around here. It's hardly you can afford it, because and also our wages is not even that much, and then we get like a left behind, because everything that we trying to to also working, get another part-time job, even though you work 6 days or 7 days a week, and then because it's still not enough to buy the grocery and renting a place for to live. That's what we're struggling around here in Vancouver. So this is what I'm trying to explain to the city of Vancouver, that if they can helping us all those so those they have to build the
Sorry,
portable
speaker, to
house
interrupt
for.
you, but you are over a time. But thank you for calling.
Okay, okay then. Okay,
Thanks
thank
for
you.
calling.
Bye.
Bye bye.
You're welcome. Bye.
That I believe. Seeing no further speakers. If I'm correct, Clerk.
No further speakers are on the line.
Okay, so the speakers list is now closed. Clerk, has there been a large volume of public comments received on this item since 2 p.m.?
There has not been.
Okay, so seeing as there are few or no public comments received after 2 p.m., I'm now going to close the receipt of public comments. And we, as we had decided earlier, we are going to break for dinner for half an hour. And then we will come back and hear from the applicant with their closing comments and the rest of the proceedings for this public hearing. So we'll be back at 6:52 p.m. Thanks. very much. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're continuing with public hearing, and we're at the stage where the applicant. We're going to ask the applicant if they have any closing comments. So, I realize, yeah. So I'll just repeat that just as we had a break there, but we're wondering if the applicant has any closing comments.
He's on his way.
Fantastic. Okay.
Thank you. Well, it's been an interesting evening and afternoon. I was remiss in not complimenting city staff on the advancement of our application. They've done a great job and worked collaboratively with us to move things forward. Our proposal was never intended to address affordable housing. This public hearing was about land use. And I believe that our proposal addresses and meets many pieces of it. Particularly, we're compliant with policy regarding housing and hotel rooms. We are increasing the housing rental stock significantly. And we're not displacing or replacing any existing housing. We're taking a dead zone, to be frank, with antiquated office buildings and empty office buildings and mini storage that has social issues and indeed crime, and replacing it with a new building that is mixed use with hotels and residential rental. We're positively impacting the City of Vancouver's tax base, as well as revenue from the hotel that's taxable. Positively impacting employment. The 167 people or 164 people that will be employed on site doesn't take into consideration the amount of people that are being employed as part of the advancement of the development and the actual construction when people are on site. That could be 100 or 200 people. And the economic impact from that is significant as well. And we have an international organization that we worked for 2 years to sign around that have endorsed our site, ourselves as a company, to advance their business with access to 271 million members as guests. We want those people to visit Vancouver and spend money here and have fun and enjoy it. Hence FIFA is an example. And I wish we were built today for that. So we've engaged in Marriott by contract, and the other pieces of this, and I'm sorry if I'm going quickly, but I want to express the unique nature of this opportunity. The site is large, prominent, well-positioned, and beautifully designed to meet the autograph brand standards of Marriott. It's a significant validation from an international organization. This isn't about just zoning a property and have it sit fallow. This is about building the development out and running it. And MPG has the experience and the desire and volition to design, construct, own, and manage this asset for a long time because we want to be proud of what we build and what we do. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do staff have any closing comments?
Yes, we do. We first wanted to acknowledge that we heard the speakers and we were hearing a lot of concerns about affordability. So we just wanted to take a brief moment in order to provide an update on the number of below market rental units that have been approved by council. So to date, just over 2,900 below market rental units have been approved toward the 10-year target set in 2024. So that's 53% of the target. So we are well underway for that 10-year target. We also heard from speakers many questions about including a hotel use in this area, and staff wanted to remind or touch on the rezoning policy for the area. So the downtown rezoning policy does enable residential, both strata and rental, but there is no below market requirement. Further, both the downtown rezoning policy and the Vancouver ODP prioritize job space in this area and require a minimum amount of job space. So in conclusion on our final statements here, this proposal is in line with the policy expectations of the ODP as well as the downtown rezoning policy for both the job and residential components of the proposal. Thanks.
Thank you for those details. Does council have any final questions for staff, noting no additional questions to the applicant are permitted at this time? Councilor Maloney.
Thanks. And I'll just ask some questions that were raised by public speakers. Can you just explain why there aren't more 3-bedroom units in this building? What's generally the demand in our city for 1- and 2-bedroom homes relative to 3-bedroom homes?
Yeah, I can go on a high level, and then we do have housing staff online who can address more details.
I think a high level is probably
okay. All right, we'll see. You let me know. So we do require 35% family units. However, that 35% does not specify 3-bedroom units. So this proposal has 60 2-bedroom units, so that's a 36% family unit mix. There is a 3-bedroom unit requirement that does apply to strata, but since this is a rental proposal, that 3-bedroom unit requirement is not there.
And are you generally finding within the city that there's a higher demand for smaller homes rather than 3-bedroom, or is that not the case?
Yeah, for that detail, I think I will refer to my housing colleague online. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. It's Annie Mobiles, Assistant Director, Housing Policy and Regulation. We do know that there is a demand for both 2- and 3-bedroom units across both strata and rental. And in some parts of the city and plan areas, we do have requirements that delineate a percentage of 3-bedroom units. Broadway Plan, for example, currently is 10%. I think generally, I could kind of do a deeper dive into the data, but generally we're finding that in the strata floor area across the city, we're seeing a lot more of the 3-bedroom units that are better for families with more children, for example. So we do see that across strata as compared to rental. But as Lauren said, for this proposal, the requirement is 35% family unit mix, and it doesn't delineate the 3-bedroom requirement. So it does meet the requirement here.
Okay. And just a very general question. I know that there was some feedback from the chair to speakers during the public hearing that that this is not the appropriate forum. I'm probably misphrasing it, but if we're telling people that this is not the appropriate forum to be advocating for social housing and public housing, what options do they have generally open to them to influence the provision of more affordable housing in the city? And I know that's a very general question for a specific public hearing, but I think that there's a genuine need amongst the speakers to direct their efforts to something that's really going to pay dividends for them in achieving affordable housing.
Sure. Thanks, Councillor Maloney. Teen Fan Senior Planner. I think, just my understanding of your question is a number of speakers did come out and speak about sort of the broader policy pieces. Recognizing that this is a public hearing, and I know that the chair at every public hearing does say that the merits of the project are the focus of tonight's public hearing. In terms of influencing broader policy, we always encourage people through public engagement and notification to participate in broader city initiatives. For instance, when council approved this new policy to update the downtown area with a new rezoning policy, we did engage a lot with the community in consultation to inform how we carve out and shape policy. So I think that's the best way for members of the public to come and be actively engaged and tell city staff and city council exactly their perspective on the direction for which policy may head.
Yeah, and so there are things like ODP amendments that are coming up, and that's a good forum for people to advocate for more affordable housing to be included in the requirements.
I would say so, yeah, because the Items brought forward to council for referral and rezoning are primarily based on staff analysis against policy. So if that policy is theoretically changing or ODPs are changing, that's the best form for which members of the public can.
Sorry, we are at time, but
Sorry.
someone else could
Yes.
pick up on that.
Thank you.
Councillor Fry.
Oh, sorry, Teen, if you wanted to finish that thought,
Sure.
you can eat a little bit above my time.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Oh, you wanted me to finish?
If you wanted to, yeah.
Sure, yeah, okay, I can do that. Gosh, where did I end up? So if, yes, I would say exactly that, is when we have new policy or amended ODPs or opportunities to update policy, we undertake engagement processes, and I would say that's the opportunity for bigger influence on a broader policy shift. Thank you.
My question is maybe more of an urban design, maybe it's Latin and urban design kind of context. I'm interested in the architectural expression and the heritage component, but more specifically, that alley expression. So in another life, I used to spend a lot of time there at Wildman Weber's. Maybe the architects would remember it as WMW Reprographics. And it's a very interesting and unique kind of alley construct that I expect we'll be seeing some changes with the former Catholic Church mission to the north that kind of bounds that alley. And how does this fit into that larger alley expression and that kind of heritage aspect? And
Hand that over to James.
Hello, James Bolt, the Heritage Group. The alley here is indeed very unique. It's wide. There used to be two spurs going through there, rail spurs. And we weren't to do this project, you couldn't conserve that whole back of that building on that location. But the applicant is, with the heritage consultant, have proposed a sort of a quasi replication of it, also activating the loading bays, which if you go down there, you can see them running down the side of this lane, which is a historic reference.
so is this guiding or kind of contemplating a larger policy for this particular lane and kind of?
No, there hasn't been any wide, this is really, other than the 150 Robson at the north end, there hasn't been any development on this block, and it's, right now, it would be just covered under the ODP. It's outside of the Yale Town area, so it'd just be the downtown south.
Okay, so, but I mean, obviously this, I think the treatment as I see it is sort of consistent with that look with the sort of cantilevered overhang and the loading bay effect. I do appreciate that, and I think that that's adjacent to this project. I would like to see some kind of consideration around like placemaking in that alley, because I think it's a really worthwhile asset, and it's obviously a well-filmed asset, and it's I think actually has a potential for a public space and some placemaking that kind of reflects the urban form. Realize it's adjacent to this development, but I think this development actually plays a nice kind of bookend to it. So, okay, appreciate that additional context. Thank you. Sorry, that was super nerdy of me to bring that up.
No, I know the alley well, so. There is a new development on the Beatty Street side. I think it's 728 or 828 Beatty Street, I believe. It's just to comment on some of the information from staff. Okay, so not seeing anyone else on the queue. Council, apologies, one moment here. Where are we? Top of page 10. It's been a long day. Clerk, did we receive any additional public comments since the close of public comments?
We have not.
Thank you. I will remind council that we need to move the recommendation for item 1 together with the yellow memo from April 22nd, 2026, entitled CD1 rezoning 888 to 896 Canby Street and 111 to 191 Smythe Street. Amendment to draft the CD1 bylaw. Council will now make its decision on the application. Do we have a mover for the recommendations and the yellow memo?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Fry, seconded by Councillor Joe. Council members, any discussion? Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I've been sitting in my office for this and just decided to come out for the final decision, but I've just been right over here and listening to all the comments and appreciate the broader sort of frustration expressed by folks around housing affordability and you know, the inherent nature of trying to deliver housing affordability through capitalism. As I'm often fond of saying, you know, don't hate the player, hate the game. Like, unfortunately, this is the construct that we find ourselves in with the delivery of affordable housing in a commodified system. That being said, on the merits of this project, I think that the the architectural expression is solid, and I think that the delivery of the heritage retention is a considerable asset, as well as the community amenity contributions, and I think it does meet the objectives for some of our broader housing goals and obviously hotel goals. And it's appropriate to the context in the site. And 100%, I would love to see, outside of this particular project, I want to see more deeply affordable housing. I want to see us deliver housing that is relatable to the median incomes in our city, which this is not. But on the merits of the project, it is completely defensible, and I will be voting in favor of this project. So,
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much, Chair. So I'll state right up front that I'll be supporting this project, and I think this is exactly the kind of investment we should be encouraging in our downtown core. It brings new hotel capacity, new rental housing, active commercial space at street level, and as Councillor Pride described, the heritage retention is something to be grateful for. I actually do think it's really nice. We know that Vancouver faces a serious shortage of hotel rooms, particularly as we continue to grow our tourism economy and prepare for major international events. This proposal adds 246 hotel rooms and 165 rental homes in a highly appropriate downtown location near BC Place and our entertainment district. I also think that it's important to recognize the broader economic impact. I can imagine companies like the neighboring SAP and Amazon Canada and many others who rely on a healthy downtown hospitality sector to host employees, conferences, clients, and events. Strong hotel capacity supports jobs across tourism, tech, restaurants, retail, and the broader service economy. The proposal also helps to revive and strengthen this part of the city with more activity at street level and more people supporting nearby businesses throughout the day and evening. And importantly, this project incorporates that heritage facade, as we talked about, retention of the Stanley Block building, helping to connect new investments with the character and history of the Yaletown district. Housing affordability is absolutely a chronic issue, and not only one for the city of Vancouver. We know that all neighboring municipalities struggle with a high cost of housing in their midst. As all members of council know, and staff are doing their level best to try and clarify, there are countless projects with affordable housing units embedded within them that are currently in stream or approved. And senior levels of government really are the ones that have the fiscal tools to make more of them a reality. So I thank staff and the applicant for their answers to our questions tonight, as well as to all the speakers we heard from today. Overall, I think this is a balanced project that supports economic growth, tourism, housing, and downtown revitalization. So I'll be voting in support. Thanks very much.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Klassen. I'm going to relinquish the chair to Deputy Mayor Kirby-Yung just to make some brief comments.
Yeah, go ahead, Chair.
Thank you. I'm very supportive of this project. I know the site well. I used to go to the Smythe Salad produce shop for many years to buy my produce, and sincerely miss the owner, who I understand passed away. But it was a fantastic small business in our community, and I'm a big fan of the design of this project. I think it's very elevated. I think that there's a lot of pluses to this project. There's no displacement of any existing residents. There is no existing housing on this site. There's going to be preservation of the heritage facade of the building on the Cambie Street side. And I feel like I remember hearing that the architect of that building actually designed the Marine building, which was a huge surprise to me. They are quite different. And one of my first jobs in Vancouver was working in the Marine building, so I have fond memories of it. So I think this is going to add a lot of benefit to the neighborhood. 165 rental units that don't exist right now, 246 hotel rooms, cash CACs, DCLs, public art, 164 new hotel jobs that don't exist right now on the site, and the economic impact. And I also appreciate staff providing some details on the, I believe it was around 2,900 BMR units that have been approved through council. So, I do hear the concerns around the more general global comments around affordability in the city. And, many people I know are struggling. Many friends of mine are struggling to live here. It's a very expensive place. And council's working hard to create more below market housing. in our city. And I think we're seeing success with that. It's going to take more time. But on this specific project, I think this is a large benefit to the city and to downtown. And I am really excited to see it happen. So I'm enthusiastically in support. And I'll take the chair back. I'm not seeing anyone else on the queue. So we will now go to the vote. So a reminder to any council member participating virtually whose video is disabled, you'll be marked absent for the vote. Pursuant to section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. So I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen. And council, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel.
Chair, I'll take a vote assist in favor, please. Councillor Dominato.
Councillor Dominato, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And
Councillor Kirby-Young, do you need a vote assist?
Yes, I was asking for a vote assist in favor, please.
Okay, great. That passes unanimously. And that completes item 1. So we need a motion to adjourn. Anybody?
So moved.
Councillor Fry, seconded by Councillor Klassen. All in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay.
Yay.
Okay, that's carried. The meeting is adjourned. Have a great night.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, staff.
thank you.